Let's do it. Hi, welcome to the Fairfax Town Council meeting. I'd like to call it first to a special Fairfax Town Council meeting. We just put that in front of the regular one. It has one item for as a consent calendar. I guess on this agenda it says approval of agenda and affidavit of posting. I have to approve this?
It's because it's its own agenda.
Okay. Well, we have in front of us in this special Fairfax Town Council meeting today, the November 6th at 7 p.m. And I would like to ask for approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting for this special Fairfax meeting.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion Bragman, second Weinsoff. The consent item is adoption of Resolution 13-58, providing for the borrowing of funds for fiscal year 2013 and 14 from the County of Marin. And this is basically a cash flow thing so that we can borrow money from the county just until the tax money comes in. Actually, I've just asked our finance director to look up a piece of information for us, but this is your item. Do you want to?
Did you want a staff report or just approve it on consent?
I'm happy with consent.
Yeah.
Does anybody need to hear more about this from the public or from the council? Okay. Well, I'd be open to a motion.
Oh, and I will move adoption of Resolution 13-58.
Second.
Okay. Motion Weinsoff, second Kohler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. And so now we'll adjourn this special meeting of the Fairfax Town Council, and we can pay the bills. So now we'd like to convene the regular Fairfax Town Council meeting and call to order there. And the first order of business there is the Pledge of Allegiance. So. And roll call will show that all council members are present. And now I would love to hear a motion for approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting.
Second.
Okay, so we have an approval, a motion, Bragman, second Weinsoff. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. And according to the agenda, it says announcement of closed session action, and in fact, we had no closed session before this council meeting for the first time in a while, which I'm happy to announce. The meeting protocol, which I read every time, the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the council has a responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. We will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items will be heard this evening and which, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend that rule. Please turn off all your cellular phones or switch them into silent mode. So this is also a timer. Anyway. First up, we have interviews and appointments. And the first one is interview and appointment of 3 different candidates to serve on the Parks and Recreation Committee. And Michelle, you want to take this away?
Yes, we have 3 candidates and we have 3 vacancies. 2 of the vacancies are people's terms ending, but they are willing to step up and work again on the board.
Right.
One, I have to say that C.C. Perry Hansen really wanted to be here, but she had to work tonight and was called to a mandatory staff meeting, so she couldn't be here. But she definitely, her application is in the pile,
And she seems pretty interested.
yeah, she's been
Yeah.
doing it for a while.
Well,
Thank you.
and generally, when people are on a committee and then wanting to go back for the same slot, we don't try to make that a hard and fast rule. But if you're applying for the first time for future reference, it's a good idea to show up because, you know, it just shows interest among other things. But it, you know, that way you can answer questions and stuff like that. So I suppose, are the other applicants here? Great. Why don't you come forward?
Good evening. My name is Monty Stevens. Live at 95 Porteous and been a resident here in Fairfax since 1992. Did a 3 or 4 year term with Park and Rec. Would like to go on for another 4 years, actually. It's been fantastic to serve the city, the town, pardon me, and I'm very much interested in doing another 4 years. Any questions at all?
I've got a question. Just
Yep.
anything new and exciting at Parks and Rec that we should know about or that our audience should know about?
I'd say the focus for Park and Rec right now is sustaining the existing programs that we have and actually making them, you know, obviously grow. Good, for instance, would be the Irish Festival over, you know, a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Park and Rec approved it, but we met with David and came up with some ideas to have some other restaurants participate. But my focus for the next 4 years is going to be actually driving revenue, hopefully, for the city through the incredible assets that we have. And we've already done that by putting together some fee charts. But, you know, it's a slow process, but that's going to be my focus for the next 4 years.
And I heard there may be a gymnastics program in the offing, or there at least there's an application in front of the commission.
It's an intriguing application. We're going to try and work through it. There's obviously limited space and a lot of activity in that facility at the pavilion, but we're looking at it very hard.
Excellent.
Very good.
Thanks, Monty.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, and I would just say I think that Parks and Rec is honored and blessed to have you working on there.
Yeah, I would say that when somebody is served so diligently and with so much enthusiasm and they want to step up again, we should all just dance in the streets and celebrate. So thanks, Monty.
And Claudia, I know you don't want to talk in front of everybody, but
Okay.
So is there anything particular you want to say, or?
Sure. Claudia Tomaso, 39 Enyo Avenue. I have had the opportunity to attend a Park and Rec meeting, and I think they're a great group as well, and I can really see myself on the committee adding value, and I'd like to apply for the vacancy.
Any other
Just
questions or comments?
a question, or, you know, Mayor Reed has been real interested and really indispensable about getting the trails going here in Fairfax, which are great just for hiking, but I saw in your application you're interested in putting some kind of dog walking program together, and I'm just thinking maybe that could be a good combination of programs. So
Definitely. There's, because I do have dogs and I'm out a lot, which led me to think about this committee more seriously, I notice all kinds of things, like with the riverbed being so dry, and I know the town does a volunteer cleanup, but I'm thinking that there's so many programs that we can put in on a more regular basis that I think would have a good impact on the town.
so that would be great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Really, because my parents left for 3 weeks and dumped their mutt on us. Any chance this you could start tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we'll definitely keep that open.
Yeah, I mean, the trails around town are a long, ongoing process, and
Right.
I'll be happy to clue you in on anything you want to know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's maps of them online, of course, on the Fairfax Volunteers site under Fairfax Trails, under projects there, which I'm mostly saying for the benefit of the audience here, which I think you might already know that. And the Parks and Rec position that you are taking is also, I think that you talked with Parks and Rec Commission about taking a seat on the upcoming
Measure A.
Measure A committee.
Right, I think two people are, at least one or two are from, my understanding, from Parks and Rec, Open Space, and the Town Council. So I'd probably be the person, one of the people from Parks and Rec.
Yeah, and later on tonight, we have another item where, you know, maybe somebody on the volunteer board might be interested in one of those if
Good.
not everybody in Parks and Rec shows as much enthusiasm. So I would welcome you to that also, and make a pitch for how the recreational trails around town, I mean, can be seen as recreation and dog walking, and also getting around basically from the hills directly to the middle of town. They basically go in straight lines, taking the topography into account, whereas the roads, as we all know, are winding all over the place. So they're useful in terms of in coming emergency as well as you know, just getting around town recreationally. So I would encourage you. So do I hear a...
You do.
I just want to say, Claudia, I think you'd make a great addition, and Monty, thank you for being willing to step up. And I'd like to make a motion that we appoint all three of the applicants to the Parks and Rec Commission. Thank you.
Do you think it's fair that we appoint the two current members to the full term, and that we drag you back here on in March to reappoint you, since your term would only run to the 14th of March? That would seem kind of the way to do this. And then, assuming you enjoy yourself, we can re-up you for another 4-year term.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So that would be great.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, okay. So I think we have a motion, Kohler, second Bragman, or you weren't seconding, right?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I believe that's a unanimous vote. So thank you very much. Item clap. Sorry?
Nothing. That was Sierra.
Yeah, okay. Item 2 on the agenda is interview and appointment of candidate to serve on the Fairfax Open Space Committee. And Michelle, do you have this item also?
Yes, we have one vacancy on the open space we have for some time, and we have one candidate. Here she comes, Nancy Marita, and she's been to a meeting as your new policy requires.
Terrific. Welcome, Nancy.
Hello, thank you. Mayor Reed, members of the council, Town Administrator Toy, and members of the town staff. My name is Nancy Morita, and I live at 99 Iron Springs Road in Fairfax, and I have a short statement. All across this beautiful planet are places with rich, unique, and important natural histories and abundance, and interwoven ecological tapestries. Also now, in these places are irreplaceable species lost to extinction and those hovering on the edge of disappearance. In all of her relative glory, so here too in Fairfax. The path lies before us to preserve, restore, and celebrate the legacy of open spaces, unique local flora and fauna, and cultural practices of sustainability and renewal, here and now in our home community. In the words of Aragorn, I for one shall not wholly fail in my task if anything passes through this night that can still grow fair and bear fruit and flower in days to come. For I too am a steward. Did you not know? I would be honored to join my energy to yours as a new member of the Fairfax Open Space Committee toward a future where we increasingly cherish, understand, and restore our relationships with the natural world here at home in Fairfax. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Very nice.
Thank you. Pros as well as ecological stewardship. Are there questions from members of the council?
So Nancy, since you've been at one of the Open Space Committee's meeting, you probably know that there's probably going to be quite a bit of fundraising activity. Do you have ideas for different kind of fundraising that would bring in kind of significant amounts of money, or have you thought about that at this time?
I do have some ideas, and I have been in the environmental community since high school or something, a really, really long time, and I have a lot of really good friends in the environmental community that I would like to see as I get to know the committee better and see what is already in place more. I would like to be able to offer suggestions of people that I know who might come and speak, other events that we might be able to put on to raise money for open space.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions?
I'd move approval.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Do we have a member of
Public comment?
the public, or are you lined up to talk, Mimi, or are you just?
Well, I was just here in case you want to ask me any questions about Nancy.
Well, I'd love to hear anything you might have to say about Nancy.
Mimi Newton, 139 Mono, Chair of the Open Space Committee. And I met Nancy when we were working on trying to stop the cell tower above Tamarancho. And she just puts a lot of energy into what she does and is real sharp. And I think it would be a great addition to the Open Space Committee to have her working with us. It's completely unfair to throw questions like, how are you going to fundraise big bucks? We've been doing that for years and we still haven't figured that out. But
I was hoping for the perfect answer.
the epiphany of, oh yeah.
Cell towers on open space.
There we go. That's an idea. Anyway, I heartily recommend her. I really think it'd be great. Thanks.
I'd move approval.
All right, so we have a motion, Brackman, second, Weinsoff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I believe that's unanimous. All right. Well, welcome. So we have a number of announcements here. And the first couple listed on the agenda are moot points. One was for an open space on the Open Space Committee, just filled, and then the 3 vacancies on Parks and Rec. But there is also another vacancy on the Affordable Housing Committee. If there's somebody in the community in this room or listening, that vacancy is available to be filled. There's also every Saturday from 9 to 11, there's a Fairfax food pantry at the Fairfax Community Church, 2398 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, and volunteers are usually needed there. There's also another event at the Fairfax Community Church having to do with learning about the new healthcare law and different things, and also in relation to food, other assistance programs. And I had asked Michael earlier to see if he knew the date. I know it's one of the Saturdays, and that page for it is back in my printer at home. So, Michael, did you find anything out on that?
I looked at the website, and it only made reference to something happening this month, no date given. But incidentally, tonight, there is, over at the Fairfax Library, I guess Margaret Ballou of Marin County Health is giving a talk on that. I don't know whether that's related or not.
I don't think it is. It was one of the Saturdays this month. I don't know. Maybe as soon as the 9th, which is this coming Saturday, but I have the feeling it might have been the 16th. Because I just...
Maybe we could get the information up on the website tomorrow. It's for the Affordable Care Act. There's outreach by volunteers to explain what you can do and how you can find out if it affords you any opportunities for health care. So it's at the community church up at Oak Manor and Drake, near the 7-Eleven up that way. So it's either this Saturday or the next Saturday, but we'll post it tomorrow.
Okay. And so that should be educational. And moving right along, there is also an art exhibit of Fairfax's artist in residence, Matt Tasley. This Friday, November 8th, from 6 till 10 p.m., and this Saturday, November 9th, from noon until 10 p.m. A long opening, so if you can make it by during those periods of time, check it out. He has a lot of paintings, other artwork, and see what's going on there. And I understand he's also a very good painting teacher, so if people are interested, this is our artist in residence. Stop by and say hello. And unless there's other announcements, you have one?
I just wanted to let everyone know, and all of you listeners at home, that the Manor School Winter Fair is on the 16th of November. It is an event not to be missed. It's from 10 to 5, and it's the only place in town for sure that you're going to be able to ride on a luge. So come check it out at Oak Manor Manor School.
Well, thanks for that, Renee. I've spent many a joyous Saturday in the past there. I don't know if I'm still up for the luge. So now I would like to move on to open time for public expression. There is a 3-minute time limit per person, and if you wish to address the council, please approach the podium, state your name and address. Individuals have 3 minutes to speak, and if you're representing a group, you have 5 minutes. This is a time set aside for individuals wishing to address the council on matters that are not listed on the agenda. So if you're here for something on the agenda, leave it until that time. State law provides that the council is not permitted to take action. It strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda, which was 3 days ago. So if you have something to talk about not on the agenda, please approach the podium. It's here.
No, it's on. Can I have an extra 15 minutes to help me disorganize my thoughts? No? Okay. I say all this in jest and also in seriousness, and we live in a very interesting world. I've said this before, global issues are local issues. There's a lot of people in the community that kind of complain about the town council and other things in town being interested in things that are more global in nature. And I would just suggest that things that are global in nature are local issues, and that it's really important that we take care of the global issues before they come back and kind of bite us, which they are. I have before me an emergency petition that I think you guys might want to act on tonight in the best interests of everything. I have a petition here which I think might protect the town from some of the things that are happening in the world by making it somewhat invisible and less attractive and less of a target. So I have a petition for the name change from Fairfax, and I think that we should change the name of Fairfax to Potterville. Either that or Fairburgton Faxvilleshire. And by changing the name, I think it'll help protect us. And it's signed by 10,000 residents. Anyway, so if you can think about acting on that, because it is an emergency. But in all seriousness, global issues and local issues, I do think that we do need to protect ourselves from things like dragons, for example, as well as things like Fukushima, which is still teetering, drones and endless wars, which take away from our education system, from our schools, from our infrastructure, from everything that we hold dear. All of our righteous beliefs, which add to all that, which make it okay for us to go out and do all these things to the earth and to each other. And how basically it's not, you or the president or the leaders, it's all of us. We create this world with every flip of the switch, with every turn of our thermostat, which we overly heat our house with fracked gas, for example. every time we hop in and turn the key and drive to the market or drive to San Francisco or drive back and forth, everything that we're consuming comes out of once living environments. And what we're leaving behind is pretty much toxic. We're leaving behind landfills. We're leaving behind lifeless goo. I mean, look at Fukushima. Why aren't we, you and everybody, why aren't we like standing on the rooftops and pounding and yelling? Because if you think about it, Fukushima is probably the most toxic and the biggest issue on this planet right now, and it's coming this way. It's like maybe you know nothing about it.
Sierra?
Yeah?
That is on the agenda tonight, and
Okay.
I see a stack of petitions in your hand, and you're
Oh, this isn't a
3
stack of
minutes.
petitions. This is just my disorganized thoughts and notes. But anyway, I'd just like to say to all of us and all the millions of people watching on, CM, on closed circuit TV, it's not them anywhere, it's us. And we're all doing it every time we go to the market and every time we consume and throw things away. And what are we going to do about it? What are we leaving for the future? What are we creating? And it's like, I think we're failing. We're leaving a toxic mess, and I'd like to see us clean up our mess rather than just take it from our children and every other living thing's child.
Well, thank you for that.
Tony 7 Forest Terrace, Fairfax. I received a letter in the mail about the bridge down there, and I looked at it and I was wondering, it didn't state in there that the bridge would stay in the same category of use, and it didn't state anything in there that that bridge would be continuously used as a vehicle bridge, a bicycle bridge, and a pedestrian bridge. And I think there should be assurance to the town that that will take place in this process of doing this bridge. And I would hate to think this is some ploy to change the use of that bridge. So, and also, I'm not done yet. I would also think that this letter should have gone out to everybody in Deer Park, because this is their egress route and they should know what's going on with their bridge too as well. So people at home, I would like you to call down here and ask for one of these letters that was sent out on what's going to go on with the Creek Bridge. And I would hate to think, like, again, this is a ploy to change the use of that bridge. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't think that there's a ploy to change the use, but I think that that is actually later on this agenda. It's not.
If you like, I could address it under town manager's report.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is George DeTunk. I live at 39 Ridge Road, and my neighbor Alan Schreiber and I are here. We've had a problem with water flowing onto our property off the city street. We've had this matter before the town staff since February, and we have a request for a curb across the front of our properties. And is it possible to get an answer as to whether or not this will be constructed?
I think, did you receive an email today from town staff or a letter?
No.
You want to address this, Garrett?
Well, I sent the email a little late this evening, so obviously Mr. Tung didn't have an opportunity to view it. But we did have if this is appropriate, we did have the town engineer take a look at the properties. Town engineer indicates that he doesn't believe that there's a discernible change in the water flow related to the paving of the property. In addition, in terms of asphalt berming, town engineer believes it would have a minimal benefit to the properties other than during a light rainfall. But more importantly, the town engineer reminds us that anytime you divert water from private property, you really have to take a look and safely discharge it downhill, because you cannot move water from one property to another that otherwise wouldn't be there. So from staff's perspective, if an applicant would like to apply to put in some type of drainage, whether it's asphalt berm or concrete trench, they can apply to the town and we can address those issues then. But really, it's not a responsibility of the town to install those type of improvements. That being said, if the council wants to schedule this as an agenda item in the future, we can do that.
Okay. And I think that the council was CC'd on the email earlier today?
No, I did not copy you on an email.
Okay, I was the only one that got a copy of that. Okay, well, I think we saw something earlier. I mean, yeah, right. Okay. And I think we're limited on dealing with this in an open session like this, but if any council members want to talk
Be
about
best
this,
if
we can do
Mr.
this
DeTonk
later.
had further conversation with staff on this to flesh out the issues.
Yeah, I think that'd be appropriate. I think one of the options I forgot we can do is we can pay for the town engineer to meet with Mr. DeTonk and to talk a little bit more about where his findings are coming from.
Yeah,
And talk about the issues
I think
more.
that
We
would
can do
probably be
that.
useful, just to share information and figure out exactly what we're looking at and what the different issues are. I mean,
We have lived without this water flowing in since the 80s. It's only been the last couple of years. And the town staff has been, they don't answer telephone calls, they don't answer voicemail, they don't answer emails, and I include Mr. Lockaby and Mr. Toy. Now, at some point, there has to be something done. And the engineer never looked when there was water flowing, and he never measured anything, and he never put out a level. He just looked there and said, well, it might cause a problem, so we won't do it. This is a really very frustrating kind of situation. So, obviously you're not going to do anything tonight, and we're going to go back to staff and go back over this some more.
Okay. Well, if I may comment, when I saw the copy of your earlier letter, I went up and looked at it myself, and I saw that you had done one of those, I don't know what you call them.
I didn't. The neighbor who owns that water meter that's
Okay.
sinking is the one who did that.
Okay. Well, and I saw that there, and I saw, it's a complex issue, and of course, it's not raining yet. So I think to wait until it starts raining and then look.
That's why we started this in February.
Well, okay, and now it's in front of us tonight, and we can't really go back in time, so.
Well, so
I'd
that's
say
that, I guess.
let's keep the conversation open, and please talk with the town engineer, probably learn a lot of.
I think the one thing we can do is, now that it's before the council and the council's attention is focused on it, I know that the town manager's conversation with you, as well as the town engineer's conversation in collaboration, is now going to be CC'd to us, so that we'll be able to chime in if we think that additional action is warranted, or if we disagree with staff's direction on this, so that it will not be swept under the rug in any way, and that the five of our eyes will be on it as well.
Thank you. I look forward to rapid action.
Mayor?
Okay. Yes,
George,
Larry?
could I just ask you, I didn't get a chance to get up there, but where your property is relative to the end of Ridge, where the water district put in that new...
We're well below.
Well below.
We're probably 1/3 of the way up from
Scenic?
the corner there, where Scenic goes up. And Ridge probably goes another 1/4 mile up
Okay,
to the circle.
okay.
Now, why this has happened the last few years, we don't know. We can't see any building been done. We can't see any reason for the change. But there's a greater volume of water coming down the street than has for years. It didn't come this way before. Now it does.
Well, there was a huge water tank put in at the top of Ridge.
That's
and
true.
A formerly unpaved hillside was excavated and now is completely paved with impermeable. I mean, it was a major installation, so,
It would
I don't want to be,
suggest that, yeah,
I don't want
it
to, I promise you I will get up there and take a look at it, but it just seems, that's the only major construction that I'm aware of that's gone on up there.
I
so.
also, but I can't really tell whether that's a cause of anything or not.
And likewise, we need to investigate the cause. So, I agree with David, now that it's been, aired publicly, we will, do our due diligence.
Another rainy season is just about on us. We started in February, and I hope we don't have to go through another one without this being done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my
Yes,
name
sir.
is Peter Verdone, 126 Spruce Road. Just 2 quick items. I'm here for another issue, but figured I'd finally get to saying these things. We've got a basketball net outside here, and it's a really nice park and everything like that, but that area is totally underutilized because the surface beneath the basketball net is so irregular that it's not fun at all to use from a recreational point of view and is discouraging. And I think it's in the best interest of the youth in the area, but also for people like me that might want to use that area to get that surface repaired or flattened out somehow so it's a usable area. Because just having a net there is no good when you have to bounce your ball on the ground and it flies in different directions. Just one thing, make the world a better place in a cheap and easy way. Second issue, just...
Can I stop you for a minute?
Sure.
Who owns that? Is it our basketball court, or is it school district, or is...
It's on the road, yeah.
It's ours? Okay.
Yeah. It's just a little surfacing would do the trick. Maybe even some lines. God knows. But it's a nice... It's you know, it doesn't need much. Just a flat surface. Second issue, outside my property at 126 Spruce, I've got a street light that causes a huge amount of light pollution on my property. I would love it if that street light was turned off.
What we can do, and we can, the town manager will get back to you on this, is we could put a shield on it to redirect the light away from your...
That would be great if I could get a shield that prevented light from going onto my property. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Terrific. Yeah, and that's a problem in a number of places around town, I think. Yes?
Hi, Bryce Hoffman, 2 Penny Lane. I'd like to address the issue of alcohol in the town of Fairfax. And it's specifically concerning the sidewalk restaurant in front of Iron Springs Brewery. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself and others as well. And we feel that if open alcohol beverages are illegal under state law and local law, then the brew pub is actually disobeying this law. The front of the business is a public place, and people must pass through, and the ordinance should cover or be rewritten to cover such circumstances and enforced. The restaurants in San Rafael with sidewalk dining all have a physical barrier identifying the boundary of their property, but I don't see any similar feature at Iron Springs and Fair and Selm Plaza. And there is a temptation when you see alcohol consumption, and I'm sure we can all agree that if you smell donuts or something like that cooking, it's tempting to eat. And I think that we have to look out for the people in our community who have psychological issues and mental challenges, and there are a lot of people like that who somehow wind up in Fairfax, and I've personally seen this, and even during the Fairfax Festival, I noticed a lot of alcohol consumption, and the actual environment that seems to be fostered it becomes pretty intense, and due to a lot of alcohol consumption. I'm almost done. We can all agree that alcohol does not help people with their problems, be that people with psychological issues or not, and it's not a solution to our problems, and the people with mental illnesses are our most vulnerable in our community. So we have a responsibility to protect these people, and they are specifically susceptible to temptations, which includes alcohol. So I think we can start by eliminating at least the sight of alcohol consumption outside in public places. And I can add a corollary, which I think it's actually a little bit ironic, considering that the medicinal marijuana dispensary was shut down here in the town of Fairfax. And yet we seem to be known for our alcohol consumption because we have so many bars and nightlife like that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't know whether we have law relative to that. We should, yeah.
Maybe real quick, the chief can comment quickly.
Relative to Iron Springs, the sidewalk that appears to be a sidewalk in front of the building itself, from Avatar to the cleaners, that's all private property. That sidewalk is not ours. So the consumption of alcohol and everything they're doing there is on private property. So the town has no regulation over that other than their normal operating permits. It's allowed per their ABC license. Santa Fe, when he's referencing some of the businesses on 4th Street, they have to cordon those off through city planning rules because they've actually either paid the city or they've taken over part of the sidewalk that actually is a sidewalk and extended their business. And in some cases, the city's extended the sidewalk. So for Iron Springs, it's private property.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Michael Dunn, 18 Wood Lane. Congratulations, everybody up there, to winning your election. I'm going to just reiterate what my friend said. They might be private property, but nobody in the public can avoid their private property, and by that aspect, that makes it in public. And I think the people that framed the law about open alcohol beverages meant just that, public, where public are. And there are kids there. I mean, the place is a big place. I remember White's store there. It's quite big. He has plenty of room inside to serve his stuff. So, and I don't think that that's appropriate. I mean, we're always talking about moral and ethics here, and it's just too much alcohol in Fairfax. So that's it for tonight, folks. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who have something, comment on something not on the agenda? Okay, well, seeing none, then I will close that section of the meeting. And now we have council reports and comments. These are brief announcements and reports on council members' assignments, committees, and activities, including reports from meetings attended at town expense, but there's quite a lot at no expense to the town, but just time. So you want to start it off, David?
Sure. Like many of us, attended the Excellent Chamber Mixer, I believe, which was held since our last big meeting. John and I, of course, sat on the fire board together and attended. And John and I also met with Supervisor Rice and her staff to more fully discuss the upcoming action plan for flood relief under the flood fee that was supported by the public a couple of years ago and is now about to be fully launched. This also gave the opportunity to brief the town manager and also to have Garrett share some thoughts with the supervisor and staff about how we locally are dealing with some of our flooding our flooding programs independent of the Flood Zone 9 program, and to seek county support and expertise, of course. And just a final thing, it was very generous. Assemblymember Levine invited me to speak this morning on a wide-ranging panel on the California Coastal Act, and it was nice to be able to represent Fairfax on that panel. It was very generous of him to invite me.
Thank you. Barbara?
Other than the Chamber of Commerce Mixer, which I attended, I did not have other meetings this month.
What about you? How about you, Larry?
I attended at town expense Marin Council of Council Members and Mayors, which is the group of local officials that gets together every month. Saw Assemblymember Levine, gave us sort of an update on what's been happening in Sacramento. Attended the Marin Telecommunications Agency. I believe I Had one of those meetings in the last 30 days. Was reappointed to Community Media Center, Board of Directors on that. Attended the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority meeting last month, which provides ambulance service through Ross Valley Fire Department and various other agencies here serving the upper Ross Valley, and I think that's about it. Thanks.
Renee?
Question?
Can you say something about the Community Media Center, what the status is with funding?
If you don't mind. We are still sort of plodding along, trying to get support from the rest of the jurisdictions. Fairfax has been really one of the most leading jurisdictions as far as implementing, getting our council chambers equipped. We're now televising these meetings, we're televising planning commission meetings, and the Media Center is anxious to get all the other local jurisdictions equipped. Frankly, we went through litigation with the cable provider, Comcast. The parent agency for the Media Center agreed to take a lesser amount of money of public support for public support for the Media Center, which the Media Center is entitled to under state law. So the Media Center is sort of in a cash flow crunch, which we're trying to address, and that will be addressed. It has to be addressed because it's obviously a huge asset for Marin. Marin has always been a very forward-thinking area, and obviously digital media, digital literacy, digital infrastructure, all these things that are provided by the Media Center are essential as we move forward. So I expect that the parent agency, which is the Marin Telecommunications Agency, hopefully will reach consensus about providing some bridge funding for the Media Center, hopefully within the next probably 4 or 5 months is what I expect. So your support, the public's support, the viewership, anybody that really appreciates what this agency is doing, and the agency I'm referring to is the Community Media Center, which is actually staffing this meeting tonight and has done just a superb job really opening up our meetings to the public. Hopefully we will get that resolved in the next few months. So thanks for asking.
Well, thanks for that update too, Larry. I mean, it's important for democracy that people know what's going on in their government and what's going on in their community. So MCMC also provides content beyond the public meetings like this. So it's phenomenal, the bang that you get for the buck. So thank you. Renee?
So I spent a lot of time this month getting to know all the different things going on in our community. Several school board meetings where the school board is working hard to decide what should happen with the program of choice for the district. It's the alternative program, the MAP program, which is housed at Manor and has been for 18 years. And now with enrollment numbers, deciding how that program, where that program should best be housed, and a lot of conversation up amongst all of the elementary schools in the Ross Valley School District. And things are coming right along. So stay posted if you're interested and have children that are involved in the Ross Valley School District. The tree committee, as always, is very interesting, and we're doing all we can to do the right thing by our trees. And it's nice to be part of a committee that really is called in to look out and work with the residents to figure things out without just sort of taking the trees down without really regard for them and for the situation at hand. We attended Biketoberfest, which was fantastic. It brings about 5,000 people to town, celebrating the bike and celebrating the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, which does so much for advocacy for bicycles and education and share the road issues. Several zero waste meetings, the local task force for the solid and hazardous waste, JPA at the county. This morning, the draft EIR, which is the Environmental Impact Report, is out now for the plastic bag bans, so it should support the cities, the other cities in Marin County, in going ahead and passing their own bans. They feared litigation, and so now we have a solid EIR to support cities taking the next steps, and the cities are very eager to do so. And we had a wonderful pharmaceutical take-back day that was well attended. I think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we collected 76.3 pounds of unneeded excess pharmaceuticals, kept them out of the landfill and out of the water system. So that's critical, and there's information in Town Hall should you want to know where you can drop off those medications any day of the year, not just on these take-back days that we host here in Fairfax. Bunch of other things, but I'm not going to take any more time, so thanks.
Well, thank you for that, and I too put in an appearance at the Biketoberfest. It was phenomenal to see all that. There was a lot of different things, and I guess we were on a team moving a big pile of junk from one place to another on a bicycle. So it was entertaining. It had a lot of entertaining things. Along with fireboards and things, I believe, Renee, we also met with a representative from the Oak Manor neighborhoods relative to Manor School and some things that they want to do there. Some of which is in the town, some of which is in the county, because the border there is kind of weird. Let me see. I guess this council had a special meeting that we all attended on relative to the housing element. The chamber for the meeting there had a lot of interesting ADA information. MCCMC also I attended at town expense, and I went to a couple of meetings related to the Transportation Authority. I attended their regular meeting of the TAM board, where we nothing phenomenal there, except that we did add an addition on to our earlier recommendation from a month ago, where we used the bridge, voted to redirect the congestion management money that comes from bridge tolls to a variety of different projects that sought to relieve congestion by connecting the train to the ferry, and bicycles and pedestrians and buses also to the ferry, and trying to alleviate a lot of congestion there. And we also recommended to MTC to look at putting a third lane on that the San Rafael Richmond Bridge as part of their, our recommendation to them, just because congestion is a big problem there, and it will cost a whole lot more than the $180 million that they didn't have, that they were recommending to be spent on additional freeway lanes that would then get filled up with parked, slow-moving vehicles. At any rate, I could go on, but I won't. Also, another Safe Routes to School related thing with the TAM board, in that the funding is getting cut, and we're trying to find good strategies going forward to keep that program alive and well. And aside from Chipper Day, which I hope people reduce their fire danger by making use of that, flood meeting, I guess that brings you, I guess now is the town manager report. Is that what's next? Yes.
So maybe to add for some announcements that we actually put on the list, wanted to report that the Friends of Perry Park will have a cleanup day today in Perry Park this Saturday, and they also are going to kick off the fundraising for the $10,000 matching grant for the $20,000 we received for Kaboom for new playground equipment. That will be this Saturday. One of the other things, just reporting a couple of meetings. We will have a meeting regarding noise at Deer Park Villa. That's actually, I think it's next Tuesday, November 12th at 7 o'clock at Deer Park. Also, we have a community meeting scheduled regarding the Meadow Way Bridge, and that's November 20th at 6:30 at the Women's Club. Since we're on bridges, I think to respond to the one gentleman related to Creek Road, at this time, there aren't any plans to change the use of a bridge. It will always be the access point. We did send the notices out to the neighborhood impacted by Creek Road. We sent a notice about, I think it's 300 feet right around Creek Road. But that being said, We are trying to do lots of different outreach and advertisement from whenever we have a meeting regarding those Creek Road Bridge, and that will be sometime in January, February. Information will be forthcoming. One thing to note on Creek Road is just a seismic retrofit project for the bridge, so that's not going to change any of its uses. In terms of other events, the Open Space Committee wanted me to report that they have selected a couple of high school students from Drake to help them with their activities, so kind of ex officio members for the committee. I believe the Open Space Committee, perhaps in January or February, may be asking the council maybe to consider a program similar in San Anselmo's where you have youth commissioners in conjunction with Drake High School. That's something in the future that can be discussed. And one of the last things is just wanted to report out that disaster preparedness, a couple of council members have talked to staff about that issue. What we intend to do is in January, February, come to the council with a public awareness outreach type program, let you know and let the public know how this town will inform people what's going on during disaster, where they can get information, where evacuation routes are, where shelters are, and of that type of nature. So we plan to come back to the council in January, February with that. And one of the things from the last meeting was that we had indicated that the police chief would like to basically take a couple minutes and report out on what the protocol is in addressing noise at Deer Park Villa. I think there was some misunderstanding by the community, and we thought it was important the police chief could have an opportunity to share that information with you.
Sounds like a good thing.
Okay, yes, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I understand there's some confusion. Some people thought that Deer Park Villa gets special consideration in general regarding issues at the property, specifically with noise. That is not the case at all. We deal with every complaint, any call for service in town the same way, and everybody gets treated the same. It's fair and impartial on our part. We respond to all calls. We deal with every complaint. If you want to talk specifically about Deer Park, there was concern over the fact that we will sometimes call them and advise them of a complaint rather than going out, and that was felt as though it was special treatment. We do that frequently for any business in town. If it's not something that the caller wants a noise reading, the caller wants prosecution, the caller just wants the issue resolved, whether it's really a violation of the law or not, we make that courtesy call to the business or an apartment or a house if we know the address, the phone number or something, and ask them to quiet the situation, even if we don't even know that it's a violation. We do that as a courtesy to the caller. Sometimes business owners feel that they're being unfairly targeted when they might not even be in violation. So we try to balance that. We try to mediate the issue between the caller and the person or business that's creating the problem. So again, there's no special consideration. We will either go out to the property and deal with the problem. We will call the property, specifically talking about Deer Park, or we'll go to the caller's residence, listen from there. If they want a noise reading, we'll take a noise reading. If they want a formal prosecution of the offender, if there's a violation, we do that too. So again, no special consideration. We deal with every call as needed according to the details that we have, or both, and we deal with both sides. If there's any questions, I'll answer it. And again, I'll be attending the meeting with Garrett next Tuesday with the residents and Deer Park to try to help mediate the problem.
Terrific. I bet you'll see some of us there too. No?
I brought this issue to Garrett's attention, and I think we talked about whether council members should or should not attend this meeting.
It'd be a preference, probably of staff, not to have the council members attend this meeting. That way, we could really get down to the issues where they'll be talking to us as opposed to the council member. I think there could be an opportunity for the council ultimately as a body to hear the issue, and so I think it'd be good to let us try to work through the issues first before you're kind of called in to mediate or make a policy decision as a body.
I understand. Any other clarifications on this? Barbara?
I have a clarification on the meeting for the Meadowway Bridge then, November 20th. Would it be acceptable or appropriate for council members to listen in, or do you have the same feeling about that?
Actually for Meadowway, I think it's fine if a council member wants to attend just to hear what the different issues are. It's really a meeting where we hope to address all their questions, talk about what the next steps are, and hear what more questions are that we can answer in the future. So it's really informational meeting more than anything else.
I guess I would then follow up and ask our town attorney, would there be any problem if perhaps more than 2 of us showed up?
Well, excuse me, it's better, you know, if more than 2 show up, that you decide who's going to stay and who's going to go. But you can stay if you don't participate, if you're just watching and you don't have any reaction, facial expression, shaking of the head, you know, in agreement or disagreement or whatever, that you're just a very silent observer. But, you know, obviously there's no question if only 2 of you are there. So I'll say that one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just in regard to the Meadoway Bridge and some of the questions that Tony raised about the Creek Bridge project, it's probably worth mentioning that the town launched a website that you ought to take a look at, because it does have some pretty detailed information, which it may not answer all your questions, but it at least will give you more insight or maybe more reason to have more questions. But I'm just saying there is that site for you and everybody else that's concerned about these bridge projects to take a look at it.
Is that the people in Deer Park are contacted and given this letter so they can see what's up with the bridge. Okay, and the change of use on it, I would like to see mentioned there would be no change of use in the future for that bridge.
That was already addressed, but anyways, just trying to provide a little more information for the public.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Do you have anything else?
No,
in your
that
report?
concludes the town manager's report, but I do have a couple comments on the consent calendar.
Okay.
And so would it be appropriate to
Well,
share those now?
yeah, we're moving right on to the consent calendar here.
Okay.
If you're
One of the items, on item 5, which has to do, not item 5, sorry, need my glasses. Item 4, which has to do with the approval and notice of completion for Sir Francis Drake. We'd like to pull that item, continue it to December. We're actually having the contractor do some additional work, so we're not going to be in a position to issue the notice of completion. One of the other things, just wanted to comment on item 6, and that's the item regarding the funding agreement with TAM related to the repaving of Scenic Road instead of Tamalpais Road. Just wanted to point out that we didn't put it in the staff report that we realize that the Water District has done work on parts of Scenic, and that we are meeting with them to talk about, try to correct that situation in the future. So that's just one thing we want to share. And then I believe perhaps that Councilmember Bragman indicated that he'd like to pull item 12 related to Fukushima to allow the supporters an opportunity to attend the meeting related to this item.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to put that over to December 4th.
Just a scrivener's change, Larry, on 13, the comments from MOMAS, they're not draft comments,
When I drafted the memo, they were.
Oh, but.
And I substituted their final comments. But if I could address that item for a second. I think we're better off, instead of signing on to the comments, sending a letter, which I actually sort of requested actually in the body of the memo, because this whole weed management program is just starting. The county's got a weed management program it wants to begin for its open space, and the initial proposal was to include aerial spraying of pesticides, which obviously raises a lot of concerns here and elsewhere in the county. So that project is just starting, and I think what would best serve our interests is if we gave authority to the mayor to sign off on a letter just indicating our concerns and going that way rather than signing on to those comments at this point.
And in your memo, you were basically recommending that we take that action.
Yes, yes.
They did a great job.
Yes, they did.
One last thing, Garrett, on number 6, I know I've been nitpicking on this, but it's not just MMWD's future work to make sure that they do a better job. It's at that intersection of Shapiro and Scenic where they had hacked the road pretty heavily.
Right, so that will be part of our discussion, to see if we can have a resolution to that.
And Garrett, I mean, does that relate to the project they did at the top of Ridge? I mean, I'm assuming the damage to the road was done. They brought very heavy equipment up to the top of Ridge and did a major project. So I'm assuming that's what it relates to. And as it relates to Mr. DeTunk's comments, I'd be very interested in finding out whether there was a water retention plan for that hillside. I don't know, but I mean, it's a major installation. Was there water retention up there? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the new tank the water district's going to be building up, Bolinas, I mean, there's a bunch of related issues.
Right, Bolinas is one of the issues that we'll be discussing with them also.
Right, but at least we have an EIR process to go through on that. I think that's still pending.
Yeah, okay.
Also, I wanted to request that we pull 10 and have a brief conversation before we just pass it on consent.
I'd second that.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Yes, Barbara?
Of the town attorney. So when we moved the consent calendar, I had recused myself from the bike spine project. So item 3, I mean, I'd be fine once we move forward, but I think I have to stay recused from item 3, voting on, I mean, it's a simple thing.
Can I speak to that for a moment? I mean, in one of your first meetings here in the council, I had to recuse myself because there was a discussion about a stop sign that's, within 200 feet of my house. And it was also talked about, I mean, you also recused yourself thinking that bike spine project, which is a couple miles long, also passed by your house. Well, it's the spine. It goes right down through the middle of town, and really, I don't know that there's a reason that you need to recuse yourself. But
Yeah, I don't remember if I heard you recuse yourself on that matter or
I
why.
did, and we specifically discussed it. Both the mayor and I did. I live within 500 feet of the bike spine project, and at the time, my recollection is, even though it's going through most of town and it's close to at least John and I residents, it seemed relatively minor, but at that time you advised us to stay recused.
I did?
Yeah. Maybe it was our previous town attorney.
I'm sorry, I don't remember that. But in any event, generally what happens with these projects is there's a public generally exception, and if it impacts the public, you are the same as it's going to impact the public generally. That 500 foot is a presumption that it's going to impact your property, and that's a rebuttable presumption. But if you feel more comfortable, if you've recused yourself and you feel more comfortable, then that's...
No, I was really only going with the 500 foot, and maybe it was the prior town attorney who said...
Oh, maybe, it was Jim.
Maybe.
It was Jim. Okay, all right, yeah.
So no, it doesn't really provide any specific benefits
right.
either way. So I can
He was probably just keeping you safe.
Okay.
Safer than sorry. Okay, thank you.
Well, with that, unless there's a member of the public who wishes to speak.
I've just got a couple comments real briefly on a couple other items, if that would be okay.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
On item 3, which is the completion of the bike spine, have all the Fairfax town improvements been installed now? So that's all done. And then, did David Parisi has he sort of okayed
Yes,
the
and
completion?
actually, what we're going to do is he suggested that in December, we'll report back to the council on kind of the observations of the bike spine, and there'll be some items that the council may want to weigh in on in terms of signage improvements.
Okay.
So, but otherwise, the contractor has completed the job. David Parisi, who went through the punch list items, and he's satisfied.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Can I just add that there are a couple of places, Larry, that we are still looking at, but in terms of the contractor's completion of what that was originally designed, it's done. But they're really, I want to make sure that we are going to return to a couple of spots that Garrett and I have definitely been looking at.
I mean, it's always, especially if you're trying to pioneer something that's new, there's going to be growing pains. We need to definitely deal with these as they come up. But as it was contracted out, I think that amount of work is completed. and so that's what this item is. Are there any other items on consent that?
There's just a couple, because there's a lot on consent tonight, so bear with me. On item 5, the manager's memo indicates there's going to be this joint committee that's going to be meeting as far as managing Measure A funds for parks and open space, and it indicates that we are to get a work plan together by December, which I think is going to be pretty challenging. And I don't think we need to get a work plan in until April,
So, actually, the whole reason for getting in the work plan is that you won't receive your funding until you get your work plan in. If you get it in by December, you get your funding in January. But you can turn in your work plan later and not lose the funding. It'll just take another 30 days or so after that to get your funding. So maybe I was being optimistic and thinking the committee could come up with a work plan by December. But if not, and it goes to January, February, we don't lose the funds. It's just a delay in receiving them.
Okay.
Yeah, it does specify that it's only 30 days in the contract.
Okay.
So can I just speak to that item as well? I was going to ask to do that. I was just wanting to know, because that decision was made last meeting, and I'll be completely honest that it wasn't on my radar. So I was just going to request that, as a council member, I'd like to have some say, and wondering what the mechanism will be for that to happen, whether I would submit something as a list to staff so that it would come then to the meeting, because I'm not sure that the things that I think that money might also benefit are going to be represented by that particular group on the subcommittee. So I'm going to propose that I would just submit a list, and I think that would avoid any sort of potential brownout things.
I mean, I think the work plan should get floated by the council before it's submitted to the county for final approval.
Right. Actually, the staff recommendation was that the work plan, the committee, it's advisory, so it makes a recommendation to the council, and the council actually has to approve the work plan.
Okay.
So that was planned to go in December, but I believe Councilmember Goddard is indicating that perhaps that she would like to share her information with the committee prior to them making the decision, so they understand what her input is. But that being said, if the other council members like to discuss this more, I would suggest we pull it from consent and discuss it as a regular agenda item.
Maybe so.
I think that would be appropriate, probably, right?
Okay. And
we need to talk about
I'm sorry, it's just there's a lot on here. On item 6, where we're switching money from Tamalpais Road to Scenic Road, I'm just wondering, what about Tamalpais? What the schedule is for that road?
Yeah, it has a rating to it. It's not nearly as bad as that portion of Scenic, so that's why we shifted it. If the council wants to maintain doing Tamalpais at some point, there is additional funding that we have that could be sufficient, but we'd have to take a look at that. But in either case, Tamalpais could be done next year if that's what council would like to do.
Okay, and as far as Scenic's concerned, what part of Scenic? Is it Lower Scenic that we're talking about?
It's the part between Redwood and Tamalpais on Scenic.
Okay, so that's quite a long stretch, okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's a long stretch, and I looked at that, and it is in poor condition. But what was not in the staff report is what section of Tamalpais you were talking about not doing, or doing next year, as it, yeah.
I believe it's the area from Manor up to Shapiro Lane, that area.
Lower. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And one more, Mayor, if I could. On
Okay.
item 11, on the bike racks, one of the merchants downtown, specifically the owner of the Gestalt House, inquired of me whether we could begin a program on Sunday to increase bike parking in front of that establishment. And this relates to this acquisition of bike racks for the town. So I'd like to see the staff include acquisition of a decent, some decent portable racks that we could move around and that we could use for events and you know, and other purposes for the town, not just individual little bike racks.
Yep.
We have to check. I'm not sure portable racks are eligible under the program.
Okay, they've got to be.
Can I also say, just to refer back to the previous BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee that met, we identified a couple of spaces. One was in front of Grilly's, one was at the present-day Gestalt House, and one was what became the bulb out at the Scoop for bike racks, which would actually be in parking places. But it would be great to revisit that so that we don't start over.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll come back to you with a list of locations. We can have that
Yeah,
discussion.
I had
December.
questions on
Okay.
it too, and you know, maybe it's appropriate to bounce it out of consent with this much discussion, but.
Sure, you could pull it from consent or we can continue it December. The funding's available in first come, first serve, but you just have to use
Well,
it
it would
within a
behoove us
certain time
to
frame.
figure out what we want and talk about it, but.
Do you want to pull it? Let's pull it.
I'll be happy to pull it and give you more information now. I mean, I don't want to be last in line around the county. So why don't we pull, bike racks is number 11. 10 and 11, I think, are being pulled.
4, 5, 10, 11, 12, right?
Well, 4 is continued.
4 is continued, but it's pulled 5. Okay, it's continued 5, 10, 11, and 12 will be continued to December.
Great, let's put them at the end of the agenda because I'm looking out at the crowd here and wondering about their patience, and they have to go to work tomorrow, and we've been at this for an hour and 20 minutes, and I want to get to their concerns.
Well, I know consent seems like it's a long time, but consent alone hasn't been an hour.
Then
and 20
perhaps-
minutes. I didn't appreciate, I'd like to move things along too, but.
Then we're going to have a conversation perhaps during our retreat when the manager and all of us discuss what should and should not be on consent, because if the consent items are so long that they mirror public hearing items, then 28 items, whatever it is, for the evening is just going to be too much for us. Their business has to be attended to at a reasonable hour.
Sure.
And why don't we move approval of the agenda with the changes noted and just do the items that have been pulled at the end of the agenda? I'm fine with that.
So am I.
Yeah.
So is there a
So
second?
is that a motion?
That was a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion Bragman, second Kohler, for approval of consent with the items pulled and continued that we discussed earlier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that is unanimous. And then the next thing on the agenda is under reports and presentations. There's a brief report from the farmers market.
Right. Mr. Mayor, I asked
Yes.
the operator of the farmers market make a brief presentation just so the council would know, because I think staff felt it went fine, and that we'll be recommending to the council that we continue to extend the contract with the operator for another year at a future meeting.
Understood. Okay. Well, welcome.
Hello, good evening. Kelly Smith from Agricultural Community Events Farmers Markets. This is our first year running Fairfax Farmers Market. Thanks to council and mayor and staff for having us here tonight to report on this season. I did bring 2 of our farmers with me. If you want to hear from them, they've been patient and have been doing farmers markets all day and need to get up early too. So appreciate moving everything along. So a brief report on our market this year. We had a total of 35 vendors. 12 farms, 8 of them being returning farms, 4 of them being new. From the new farms, we had Happy Hens Farm, which is meat and eggs from Petaluma, Broadway Sonoma Farm, which is melons and flowers and some other types of produce from Sonoma. Here in the audience, we have Leeson Bridgeway Farms, Janet and Corey Leeson. and they were new to the farmers market this year. They specialize in heirloom melons, tomatoes, herbs, sunflowers, and eggs. They're from Santa Rosa. We also had Noller Farms with nuts, tomatoes, a variety of eggplants, onions, corn, peaches, and they're from Houston, which is outside of Modesto. And they're a really nice small family farm, so it's great to work with them. Other new vendors that we had were Barrios, which is Latin cuisine, and they're here from Fairfax. We also had Medical Massage from Mill Valley, Papanos, which made soups and bread from Paloma, One Ocean Seafood, which was salmon, shrimp, and other seafood items from San Mateo. Few artists were represented, Bill Bloom with ceramics from Vallejo, Wine Country Creations, which jewelry, they made jewelry, one of the pieces I'm wearing this evening, from Santa Rosa, and then Dahlia, who is from Pengroves and Pengrove near Paloma, crystals, and she does crystal jewelry. And I also brought Graham from Laguna Farm, who recommended that we put her name in the hat when you were looking for a new organization to run your farmers market. So I thought it would be good to bring them because they could really tell you how the season went. It's really about what they do. From my standpoint, I felt like we had a really great season. It was great to be a part of the community. Things that we would like to look forward to for the future is extending the market into either October in the park, if we can find a way to extend when the reseeding of the grass goes in. We are talking to local businesses to see if we could move it at the end of September and do an extension into just late fall up into mid-December, which is something that we tried to do this season, but time ran out. We were brought in pretty late into the season so since I have winter to work on it, we're hoping to do that. Would council like to hear from the farmers since they're here? Do you guys want to talk real quickly?
Hi, I'm Janet Leeson. Nice to meet you all. This was our first year doing farmers markets and our first year coming to Fairfax. And I have to say, I think both my husband and I really enjoyed the community here. Kelly had recommended that we try coming down here because she felt we would be a good fit for this community. And initially, it took a little while. We actually had a comment the first day about, wow, you're from Santa Rosa, you came from so far away. And I looked at the people from Reedley, and but they embraced us, and we really have enjoyed being here, and it would be nice to be able to go further into the season. I'm hoping Kelly can work that out because we were hitting probably the end of our melon season. I have melons still, actually, winter melons, so it would be nice to continue working with the community. Really enjoyed it. I love the vibe of being in the park and the families that are there. So, and it, they become a meeting place in front of our booth, which was nice.
Hi, I'm Graham Wheeler from Laguna Farm in Sebastopol, and I've been working at the Fairfax Farm Market since 2004. So it was run by another organization till last year. And I thought Kelly would be a good person to continue the market because it's one of the very few farmers markets in an evening that people use as a grocery store and to buy produce. And most evening markets are a great thing, but they're more of a street fair. And for my own reasons, I'd like to keep it as a true farmers market. But I think it's also good for Fairfax to keep it as a real market. And I think Kelly's done a really good job of keeping like that this year. And I think it would be good to carry on with that, and if possible, extend the season. That would be great. So Bolinas Park, we've been there, I think, 4 or 5 years now, and it's a really good venue, but the problem with seeding the grass October 1st has always kind of limited the season, whereas we had a longer season over at the movie theater. So, yeah, they're the main things. So, I think she's done a great job of running the market this year, and I hope it continues. Okay.
Great, thanks. And people don't stop eating at the beginning of fall. I mean, it's... go ahead, Renee.
It was wonderful. It was this same wonderful feeling in the community, and nothing but good vibes and comments and feedback from the community. I just wanted to ask you, did you find it sustainable financially?
Yeah, we lowered the fees for the farmers. They were at $45, $40, and we lowered them to $30 this year for the vendors. And we also paid for our time in the park, which I believe the organization prior was not paying, was my understanding. I'm not quite sure, but we did pay into the maintenance of the park, which I felt was really important. And yeah, we're thrilled. We bought equipment with excess funds this year. We also took on Novato, which both markets created excess funds for our organization. And we also used part of our money we were currently, when we applied here to take on the markets, we were a mutual benefit corporation. We've now applied for our 501c5, which we have got approval from the state. And so C5 is for promotion of agriculture. So it's pretty exciting for us to have been able to bring both Fairfax and Novato into our family of markets, because it's created the funding to make our organization stronger and promote what these lovely people do, and the amazing produce that they bring is unlike anything you can find in a grocery store. It's really fabulous.
So I have an issue for you. It was something I focused on some years ago, and just it sort of dropped off my radar. You can stay longer, but obviously with the town's permission, but we need to come up with a different grass.
Right.
And I did bring in somebody who knew somebody who, did the 49ers thing. And obviously, you could see every week it looks exactly the same. So perhaps at another time, we could sit down and talk about perhaps contacts you have in the greater agricultural community that might also do turf or things like that.
We do have somebody on our staff who's worked with. He's just come on full time, but he was part time with us, and he's just come on full time. But he's been working with Heritage Landscapes in San Anselmo, and they're actually an organic landscaper, and he might have the knowledge or have some sort of somebody to bring in that could. So I'll bring that to help you guys out.
That would be great.
And us.
Perhaps we could communicate through Garrett.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yes, Larry.
And the thing I was going to suggest is, it gets so wet, once the rains start,
right,
that maybe we should consider, closing Elsie, which is the street right next to you. There's
right,
one auto repair shop there, S&N.
Right.
We might be able to talk Bob, who owns that, into cooperating with us so that we have, a winter-proof venue. I would imagine it would be a little bit of a smaller market. In the
and
winter.
Of course winter would be smaller for all those reasons of weather related.
But maybe we would want to just move it, do a little street closure, and keep the thing, tighten it up for the winter and keep it going for.
Which the auto body shop and us have been working really great together. They utilize LC for some of their cars, and when they see us coming, they're really, flexible about, hey, move on. We have a great communication, so I think that they might be amendable to that.
Yes. So my point is, we got to think outside the park, because I'm sure, we might be able to find another spot.
There's other businesses along Sir Francis Drake that also, would be the Fairfax market if they were interested in having the they have that great parking lot, or even the bike shop next door. So that's something that I was also pursuing during the winter hours to kind of, and then offer compensation, of course, and anything that we can do to help their businesses. So that's important to us.
Thanks a lot, Kelly.
Well, it sounds like more to come.
Yes.
And it's all good, and hopefully Garrett can meet together with you, and we can move forward.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Are there public comments on this item? Well, you need to approach the podium too.
20 Udis 7 Forest Terrace, Fairfax. I really like the farmers market, and I think it's great for the town, but it develops a lot of noise. It's in competition with traffic. It comes home, and it jeopardizes public safety. But I was thinking about a place that we could put this, that they could operate all year round, and it would be great access, parking. It would be the library, and the library is closed on Fridays and Sundays. And if we did it on Sunday, it could stay open all day, every day. They could run year all round. And if Fairfax wanted to put up a little place where people could sit up there, they could have a place to sit, and it'd be a contribution to the library. The library would be able to use it, and it has great access for people off of Francis Drake. If they're going home over the hill, they could just pull off right in there, and they could also get the people from the church on Sundays to come over too as well. And I think then we would take the load off the lawn that Rudy has to contend with, and we have a place that has room for people to be, and it won't compete with the people down in town, and it will free up the congestion in downtown.
That's a good idea, Tony. Thanks. Yeah, libraries county.
There's
but
also
I bet you we can
the
work
whole
this out.
parking lot below the pavilion, as well as the pavement by the pavilion. If that was emptied out one day a week, there's plenty of room there. It's dirt. There might be mud puddles if it's raining a lot, but it's a good big space, and there's still plenty of other parking.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe in conjunction with the edge of the pavilion. I think you're right. Okay, so this food for thought and the future discussion. So, any other public comments? Then I'd close the public comments section of this item, and thank you very much for the good presentation. Item 15 on the agenda is also a report presentation section. It's the second thing in that, and it's the Roots to Branches youth activities. Zach Lurie.
Okay, I'm going to introduce you guys.
Okay.
So if I can find my glasses. So they're going to introduce themselves, but this is Zach Laurie and Armando, I'm going to say it wrong.
Say it the Italian one.
Spatero. Okay, excellent. These guys came to town. I'm not going to use my notes. These guys came to town just looking for what kinds of wonderful good things they could do with a very, very specific focus on youth. And they didn't know anybody, and they had no idea where to start. And we sat in a meeting, and I tossed out about 25 different ideas and names and schools and organizations, and it was sort of an endless list. And 3 months later, I checked back in, and they had contacted every single one. They had generated enthusiasm in the young folks community by firing up a very now newly blossoming youth commission. They have their program Roots to Branches that's just starting up, and their mission is creating youth ambassadors and community service learning and all the things that we've always talked about wanting to have, and they're actually able to connect with kids in a way that people are flocking to them. They're going to help the schools on 2 particular days where our teachers are moving into the new middle school buildings, and they're going to take the 7th graders and do special programming for them. I can't tell you what an answer to our prayers this is, in that when I came onto council, my vision was that we would regenerate a youth commission. And these guys came in just about the same time and have taken it on and are working with Focus very closely. And I, for one, and I imagine the council, are very, very grateful for your coming to town and want to know how we can support you in any way we can. So thanks for being here.
No, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yeah, I really appreciate the introduction. Nothing better than being introduced by a council member. Thank you all for being patient tonight. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll just begin because I know how precious time is. Basically, our organization is called Roots to Branches, and the idea behind Roots to Branches was created based out of this sort of a need that we see with youth today, technological domination, a lot of youth on their phones all the time, a lot of violence in schools and outside of schools. I would say a third reason is just the fact that a lot of schools don't have the money to do the resource allocation that they need to do these sort of educational programs that really inspired myself and Armando when they were young. Things like a school forest, doing hands-on community service work, things like that. And so basically we created Roots to Branches out of a need to provide the service to youth so they could get out of the school into the community and do hands-on work. And so with that in mind, we came here ready to find partners and ready to create something that was really beautiful. And so we started with, here we are. And so we started with this idea of service learning and youth engagement, and you can go to the next slide. And so there's the sort of reason why we started. Obviously, generational disempowerment is a really big word. And what that really means is we have youth that are faced with pressing issues of our time. There's a lot going on in the world. We've talked about global issues tonight a little bit. There are local issues as well. And what that really needs are the youth to be leaders for today and tomorrow. And so the idea behind Roots to Branches is to give them the tools that they can use to become those leaders. So you can go to the next slide. So our mission is to enrich the developmental landscape of communities through dynamic learning experiences that prepare current and future generations to solve environmental and social challenges. Sounds like a lot. If you go to the next slide, you can see that we basically, the funnel system that we created is designed to take funding from different sources. If you look closely at the diagram, we can't get into it now, but we basically use monetary donations. We do youth programs where we have parents paying membership fees. We're actually actively looking for project sponsors from corporations. And we also work with schools and towns in order to get money so that we can focus that into project proposals such as the Fairfax Youth Commission, tree plantings, community service work, and that goes into a community-based service learning project, which in our eyes creates long-lasting community impacts, student activation, and social engagement, which in the long term equals sustainability. And so if you go to the next slide, you can see that we've created 4 program arenas where we really operate. And this is going to be important for tonight's presentation because you will see how these will directly start impacting the community in a positive way, we hope. So we do service learning, which is essentially a hands-on learning modality that takes kids outside of the classroom, gets their hands dirty so they can do hands-on work and learn by doing. We do rites of passage, which is teaching youth how to dialogue with themselves, how to work through emotions so that they can actually become aware of what's going on in their lives. We do community workshops where we're activating adults with local businesses and getting people involved in various things. And we also do the Youth Commission, which is tasked with doing things like art shows. And we had a mini Halloween festival last week. So service learning, you can see, promotes hands-on learning. You got some kids building a redwood planter with tools. You have some girls painting some doors for the Streets for People. It's amazing every time we talk to these kids about, hey, do you want to do something? And at first they're kind of like, what are we doing? And then as soon as they get there, they're all for it and they love it. We have some upcoming events that are probably of interest for the town. Basically on December 2nd and 3rd, White Hill Middle School will be moving their classrooms from one building to the next. So the teachers are basically going to be moving everything. So David Finan, the principal, contacted us and he said, what can we do with 250 7th graders on December 2nd and 3rd? And what can we do with 200 8th graders as well? And so I said, well, you can send the 8th graders to Devil's Gulch Ranch because 450 kids is way too much to deal with. But in terms of the 250 7th graders, there's some great buildings here in Fairfax, including the pavilion, including this building, including the community center. So let's utilize those and let's create a program where these youth can actually be broken up and they can do hands-on learning in each building. So on December 2nd and 3rd, you're basically going to see 4 groups of 25 to 30 kids rotating between these buildings doing hands-on workshops. Basically, it's probably a beginning of what we hope to be a long-term relationship with the Ross Valley School District, where they're actually using their money to rent town property and also pay service providers so we can create this sort of hands-on learning modality. We also have another project scheduled with Piedmont High School in East Bay on May 23rd. We hope these 2 are the first of many projects with Bay Area schools. We do rites of passage. There's 4 of our recent entries, and we basically meet first and third Tuesdays with young men right now, and we're doing a lot of work about hands-on work and then talking about how it feels and why is competition important and what does it mean to be a man and things like that. And it's really an amazing program. We also have a sister organization, Miracle Girls, that works with teenage girls. And then we have community workshops. There's Armando at the farmers market, actually, which is very fun to be a part of that. And our community workshops are basically this new idea of doing giveaways at the farmers market, doing hikes that talk about how to build a personal totem and connect with nature, permaculture gardening, partnering with local businesses, things that get adults and youth doing these things. Final slide in terms of the Youth Commission, you can see there, Focus contacted us and said, hey, let's revitalize this Youth Commission. Let's get kids doing things for the community. So that's us at the Fairfax Community Center, decorating for a Halloween party. We meet first and third Fridays right now. While we were planning that party, actually, we opened up a closet and we found this old sign that said Fairfax Teen Center, which you guys know way more about than I do. And that night, we had so many people stopping by and saying, what is this building used for? This is amazing. And so we really thought that that was an amazing idea to have the youth up front and center. We're also planning an art show in this building on December 6th. Hopefully that will be a raving success. What's missing? Basically, we went to the loft recently, and this is above the gym, the new community gym in San Geronimo. And as you can see there, they have a foosball table, they have ping pong, they've got a dance machine behind the camera, they've got a whole room where kids can hang out. They get 70 to 80 kids every week coming here. Monday through Thursday, they're open after school between 2:30 and 5. And it's basically a fully staffed operational youth center where people can go and have a safe place to hang out. And so what Armando and I started discussing was, how can we create this possibility in Fairfax? And so we're basically coming to you today with this idea, and you can go to the next slide, Armando. Well, this is actually, before I get to the vision. So we teamed up with what's called the West Marin Teen Collaborative. These are 3 youth groups located in Stinson Beach, Point Reyes Station, and San Germano Valley. And each one is staffed by a basically almost like a full-time staff member. We're going to be participating in a mental health first aid training in February, sponsored by Marin County, and that's to give us the tools so that we can work with youth. There's also going to be an event this Friday. It's a Launch for Hire event where youth from around the West Marin will go and hang out and learn about what it's like to be part of a youth center. And then the idea is to have a collaborative teen art show here on December 6th, where art from around Marin County is actually on display here in these walls with teenagers. And then finally, we've been working with the Youth Leadership Institute, which is a Bay Area institute, talking about how we can collaborate with the Marin County Teen Council. And they're actually working on legislation such as banning styrofoam bags and things of that nature, which is fascinating. So our vision is to create a Fairfax Youth Center, the FYC, open every Wednesday and Friday after school. Events would include a homework hangout, Friday youth nights, youth commission meetings, and enrichment workshops with guest speakers and short films with educational content. Also, it would include an application of resources, including getting youth to identify what they need and want. These conversations have already started. We've got plenty of information if you guys want to hear more. So, any questions? Yes. Is that it? All right.
Questions from up here? I have a question. Yeah, Larry?
So what did this project evolve from? Are you guys affiliated with 501c3 or what?
That's a great question.
What are your roots?
Fascinating question. So this began, honestly, in a Peace Corps tour in Guatemala, where I worked with a youth group that was indigenous Kekchi. It had no resources whatsoever, and they said, we want a library. And so we solicited funds, and we built a library from scratch, essentially. So where there used to be just a cornfield, we built a brick and mortar structure. We got computers donated and got books donated. And suddenly these kids that had never before been on a computer had a chance to go online and and have books and be able to actually do that. And so I came back from there with this idea, and it manifested in Sebastopol with the Rites of Passage program, working with young men and taking them into the wild, learning basic sort of wilderness skills. And then it's now manifested with Armando's help with this idea of making it more about education and taking education and making it hands-on. And Armando is a teacher of 7 years. Coming from Arizona, he's a certified teacher here in California as well. My background's in landscape architecture with environmental education components. So our roots are really based in education and in this idea of a hands-on participatory framework where youth are given the tools and the resources and the capacity to do the things that they really need to nurture themselves.
And so do you have sponsorship from a 501c3,
Oh, thank
or
you.
do you have a parent
We
umbrella
are actually,
organization?
We're actually an LLC. In order to create a partnership as fast as we could, because we moved to town and said, let's get started, we created an LLC, which is basically just the two of us. We work out of his garage, my patio, occasionally the patio in front of Iron Springs, just anywhere we can to to try to get this work started. We're actively seeking sponsorships from basically from big names that probably shouldn't be mentioned here, but we're trying to seek sponsorships to make ourselves more sustainable. And as we showed with that graphic, there's a whole pool of resources that we're trying to team up from. The idea being a community has many roots, and if we can pool resources from all of those roots, then we can create those sustainable connections.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Sounds terrific. Any other questions from
No,
here?
just another thank you,
from the-
because a lot of your own resources have gone into building these last couple of months and making these things happen. So just with a lot of gratitude. Thanks.
We target 11 through 18 right now. Yeah, sure. Oh, we're always, oh yeah, great. Yeah, if you guys want to volunteer, come to me right now, and I'll give you a card.
That's the way to do it.
Hi, thanks for making me speak tonight. My name is Armando Spatero. So on December 2nd and 3rd, what we're going to be having out of this specific building is an African drumming workshop. So the kids will be able to learn how to create music collaboratively and cooperatively. And then in the pavilion, we're going to have Kung Fu, which is already there on Wednesdays and Monday nights. So we actually reached out to that organization, and they're willing to run a workshop out of the pavilion. And then we also reached out to we consider our sister program for the Rites of Passage, Miracle Girls. The young lady there is a yoga teacher, so she's going to run a yoga workshop. So the idea is to give kids an option of what they want to choose, Kung Fu or yoga, and then put the switch on them and say, now you have to do the other. Because the idea is to give them the element of choice, but then the element of you need to try something that you're uncomfortable with, and then you might like it. Zach's going to be running a hands-on workshop, and we're going to be working with Focus because one of the things on the agenda is to take down some of the older playground equipment in Perry Park. So we're trying to see if we can find a safe way for the kids to get involved with actually taking down some of the playground equipment. And if not, we have other collaborative hands-on stuff that we can do, such as like planning or creating some planners and stuff. And then out of the youth center, we're going to have a time to reflect with a movie. And the movie we're going to show is The Man Who Planted Trees, if anybody's familiar with that one. But it's about a 30-minute cartoon film. It's got a very powerful message, and the idea is to see if the kids get the message and then kind of reflect with watching film. So those are did I leave anything out? I think those are the workshops that they're going to be doing on Monday and Tuesday. Thank you.
Terrific. I thank you very much for bringing this to the community. It sounds wonderful to hear about. Yes.
Can we move 24 and 23 in that order to follow number 17? Because again, we're hitting 9 o'clock, folks have to get up and go to work in the morning, and those seem to be some of the ones as I survey the outside here. Some of the community members.
Well, yes, and often in the past, yeah, it's a public hearing item.
Okay, one suggestion on maybe for 24, I guess for 22, I have the engineer here. He's on the clock. I don't know if he could shoot before 24.
Okay. So, so we have 22, 23, 24 to have Before the public hearing?
No,
Is that what you're
no,
talking about?
apparently we can't do this the way the thing is structured here. What I'm concerned about is, and I've been hammering this on this, is that we're 2 hours into the meeting. We have people who have to get up in the morning, and we are just about to start our public hearing and regular agenda. But the manager is right. We can't mix and match and move things around. Can we?
Well, you can. I mean, obviously, we've been struggling with this over the last few meetings, but I think the council retreat would be a great opportunity to talk about this more. But if I had a suggestion, I think, like Councilmember Whitesoff suggested, do the public hearings for 16 and 17. We'll move the public hearings for 18, 19, and 20 to a later part of the meeting because that's only inconveniencing staff, but I apologize to the fire chief. And then we move 22, 23, and 24 right after the public hearings for 16 and 17.
Yeah.
So moved.
Yep. I agree that that's a logical way to put it. It's the public parts of the meeting. So, okay, let's move it that way. So next up we have then is 16 is appeal of a planning commission denial of setback variance, application number 13-23, 130 Wood Lane to legalize an unpermitted carport within the 5-foot setback. And planning director has this, but are you sitting in?
Building
Yes,
official
I'll
was
be
sitting.
Okay.
taking care of this report. So this
Great. Thanks,
involves a carport that was built at 130 Wood Lane. It was built without permits or planning approval. When we noticed, I actually noticed it was built, and so we contacted the owners, and after doing some measurements, it turned out that it is built in the side setback. So in order to legalize it in its location, they needed a discretionary permit from the Planning Commission. They went before the Planning Commission, and that was denied. So they're here now for a hardship from you. And one thing that I would add is that it does look like it's well built, so I don't think it would be a problem to permit it. And they will be required to submit drawings to the building department, and they will have to pay penalties on the permit of time, 1.5 times. So I'll answer any questions you have, and I believe the property owners are here.
Terrific. Are there questions first up here from the council, just to clarify things? Yes, Barbara?
So, Mark, I read through the materials and the information submitted by the owner, and in your staff report, you say that staff believes the carport could be relocated without relocating the sewer line, and both of their estimates include moving the sewer line, which is different than their initial submittal. So I'm wondering what we're basing our feelings on, that it could be moved without the sewer line.
I went out with Linda Neal and we looked at the clean out for the sewer line, and it didn't look like it was in an area where they were moving, but maybe the property owner could clarify that. But from our observation, it looked like the sewer line was out of the area if they just moved the carport over a few feet to get out of the setback. It might be in the way if they were going to completely move it to another location on the yard. Maybe it is in the way there, but
And your suggestion, or Linda Neal's suggestion, was that they move the shed slightly back and move the carport in front of it, correct?
well, just to twist the carport so that it comes away. It's the one corner that's in the setback, and so they could twist it away from the fence.
But they also need to move the shed to do that, correct?
I don't think the shed has to be moved.
Okay, well, there's, I guess, conflicting information in the packet then. So it looks like from the plans, the shed would have to be moved.
So if you look at the first set of plans, option 1, the carport tilts off of the setback, the shed remains in the same place.
Okay, and that's one of the things that was confusing to me, because it looked like to me, it wasn't clear from the staff report what option we were actually proposing. When I looked at their plans, it looked to me like we were more or less proposing option 4, but you're saying that option 1 is what our proposal was, we think?
Well, I think those are just the options that they had for moving it. They're coming before you to request that they don't move it at all.
I understand that, but I think in the staff report and the attached information from Linda Neal, it discusses moving the carport, and I wasn't clear on which of the 4 options that they analyzed, which is the closest to what we suggested.
Yeah, I don't know which one was suggested.
Thank you.
Has an answer to this one if somebody has a code book on them. Do you? Okay. Which is, I know the post, let me just see, directionally it would be the south post, the post that's closest to the stables is the one that's actually constructed in the setback. So what about just moving the posts back out of the setback? You'd have an overhang over the setback, but you wouldn't have construction in the setback.
Sorry, that wouldn't be possible, because that would make it so you couldn't get the car in and out then.
No, I'm saying if you move the one corner post in along the roof. So right now, it would not eliminate the projection of the roof line over the setback. I'm just saying it would take that one post over the setback if that's offending somebody. So
Yeah, I don't think it's offending anyone. It's just in the setback.
It's just in the setback. Okay.
Can I just ask, is there any particular physical feature here that is offending anybody? Outside of the larger issue of the permitting? I just wanted to get clear on that.
Not staff. It doesn't.
I'll give you one. I went out and met with folks out there, and I looked at it, and my initial reaction was, really? Who cares? But I followed this up over the last week or so with conversations with contractors. With glee in their eyes, they said, really? They said, so a guy with contracting experience goes out, doesn't get the proper permits, and builds the thing, takes it to the planning commission, they deny the variance, goes to the council, and they go, well, what are you going to do? It's a few feet here. It's kind of a very unique part of our town anyway, a little offbeat. And so, who's going to notice? You know who's going to notice? Steve is going to notice. And every other contractor who's out there is going to say, gee, wasn't it just a little while ago when you guys had this thing on Wood Lane? And my guy's no different than that. Oh, a little bigger, a little smaller. Come on. Set the precedent, and you see what happens. That's my concern. On the facts of this thing, I couldn't care less. On the bigger picture, care a lot.
Well, that could be.
Having most recently sat on the Planning Commission, but not for this case, that we were always very concerned with precedent. And a couple of things which really concern me about this case is typically things that were illegally constructed were by prior owners, and we would attempt in those cases to try to see if we could make findings to support granting a variance in those cases. But this was a very recent change. A person with contracting experience did not gain permits from the town, did not go through the process. To me, that's a concern, where other people are following the rules and we need a level playing field. And then also, as David points out, just setting a precedent where it was okay in this case, so the next case is going to come in saying, that worked in that case, and that was something that we constantly struggled with on the Planning Commission, is not setting precedent without appropriate findings that made it reasonable to do something different. So that was really my concern in looking at this, and I was confused by the packet, but I agree with David's points and also my own concerns.
Could I just...
Hey, go ahead, Larry.
I mean, I'd like to hear from the applicant, I guess, before I really weigh into this thing, but he's seeking, or they are seeking, a variance, admittedly belatedly, but I mean, my real concern is whether there is a basis to grant a variance or not. And I think this also speaks to the other issue which we took off consent about posting notice on projects, which I think is long overdue for Fairfax. Because it's a constant sort of issue in neighborhoods where there's building going on and somebody suspects that somebody's doing something without a permit. It'd be so easy just to require, hey, post the permit. I mean, very easy thing to do, and kind of would maybe answer a lot of questions among neighbors before it comes to this. But I'd really like to hear from the applicants myself.
Yep, as would I. So if there's no further clarifying things,
Yeah, I would suggest you just open the public hearing.
yeah. So open the public hearing now, and please come forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear our appeal here to this. Yeah, I can't argue with you. I can plead youthful exuberance in trying to make my father happy to create a car cover for his car that he was giving me, and got ahead of myself, didn't get the permit. I understand it sets precedence to say, yeah, go ahead and keep it. It's a beautiful piece of work. It's going to cost a lot of money to move it. That's why we're taking the extra steps to go through the appeal process to hope we can keep it there. That's my piece. I built it. She's the homeowner. I built it, and I've caused a rift, and I would like the rift to ease, and I'd like to be able to keep it. That's my piece, and I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm Suzanne Quentin. Hi, nice to meet you all. And it's so hard to follow the last two really uplifting presentations with this one. I'd rather I was talking about the Youth Commission than this. You know, so this carport got built, you know, in the way and manner that has been discussed. And I think the challenge that we feel like we're facing at this point is the moving of it. Because, you know, as the options are, a couple of the options would require the footings to be right in the middle of the driveway. Options 2 and 3 in particular, which it would hit the sewer line. So that takes those to another cost level that we just aren't prepared to do. That's that. The most logical option, which is option 1, doesn't require moving the shed structure. You know, and it may end up coming down to a matter of inches, but the issue with it is that the shed, and you can see the picture in the packet of option 1, the whole house kind of angles off the property line, like it was built before there was a property line. So it kind of angles in one way, and then the fence comes down this way. And so we followed the line of the property structures. You know, that's just what John did when he built it. Moving it to that option 1, there's the roof line issue of the shed. And so you'd have to pop the carport out and turn it. And then again, like I said, it maybe end up being a matter of inches, but it puts that same south footing that's in the variance in the street setback. Because you'd have to angle it out enough that it doesn't hit the roof of the shed, because we've got them at the same pitch. So it's not just a matter of tilting it. You have to tilt it by pulling it out or raising the roof of it higher, which I guess is an option, you know, to just put longer beams. But it just is, yeah, so it's just a pain. The whole thing. Yeah. so I
Can I
think that's
ask a
yeah.
question?
Yeah.
So you have three kind of dollar figures in here. And from what I just heard you say, option 2 and 3 are the ones that require the sewer line, and
Right.
that's where it's the 19,000 plus.
Right.
And then in the beginning, you have something as your letter dated September 30th that looks like it's around 4,500. Is that related to option 1, or am I just confusing things?
That was my rough guess at the cost of moving it before I had the other guys come in and actually break it down.
Okay, but what I just heard was option 2 and 3 require the sewer line, so
Right.
does option 1 not require the sewer?
It doesn't interfere with the sewer line, but it puts the north footing in the center of one of the driveway spots.
Okay, and is that option closer to your estimate of $4,500 then?
Actually, no, because I forgot to put in the piece of removing the footings that are existing.
Okay.
So it would be more like half of the other two estimates. If you took out that $8,000 sewer line rough cost that was in the estimates from the contractors, it's so minus that, that $19,000 minus that.
Okay, so just one question, just because I'm looking at this again and maybe I'm just confused, is in the 4,500 you also include demolition of current footings, dig and pour new footings in your letter. So I'm just trying to get clear what we're really looking at. So it looks like you did include that.
I included it in the statement, but not in the cost.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess it's one other thing that it's worth noting here is that swinging the shed and rotating it so that it's parallel to the parking line, which is what option 1 is, as well as moving it over a bit, a lot, like option 2 or option 3 also, all three options result in a decrease of parking that's on the property. I mean, you had two spots, and you built this to create a third covered spot. And by moving it over, it would eliminate one of the other spots. Right? And to the north of everything, I apologize with the time change. I was leaving my house to run out and look at it, and I realized it was dark. And so to the north of this, along this property frontage, right, what is there?
A fence.
A fence?
So a hedge, right?
Right. So we have the
you
two
couldn't put it
parking
there?
spots to the north of the carport, then there's a fence line, wooden fence line that runs the perimeter of the property on the front, and then there's garden and hardscape behind the fence. The creek also runs across the street and then cuts across the middle of the street and runs under the very north
So
end of our
that's a
property.
side yard with a hedge in front of it?
Yes,
Side front.
Yeah.
front yard.
Okay. And does anything preclude this from being over there?
The creek running underneath the north part of the house, or the north part of the property, it runs.
That would be a significant factor, yeah.
The other thing, I went out and looked at it today, is if there's space there, but you'd eliminate public parking by putting a driveway cut.
Right.
And there's also landscaping. There's like a little pond or something that's landscaped into that yard space, so. Have you talked to the Headlands, your neighbors, about it?
We have a letter from them, actually. I don't know if it made it into the packet, but we do have a letter from them.
I haven't seen it.
All the neighbors, as I recall, you telling me, support this project.
Yeah.
All very nice people.
Because they had some difficulties with their side yard setback.
Right.
That's
That's right.
That could have been understated.
That's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
I do have their letter. I don't know if it made it, but I can read it to you if you like.
Now, we gathered the fact that all of the neighbors support this.
Right.
could I take a look at the letter? You could just pass it up.
Let me
You don't
just
have to
take
read
that
it.
note, post-it note off there.
shed?
The shed is actually used for storing tools, for bikes, for personal items, camping gear. It's actually rotting on the bottom, so to move it is going to require total reconstruction of it.
It's the equivalent of a garage if the property had a garage.
Right. It's a
stuff you
raised
stick in a
floor.
garage.
Yeah.
This may be the puzzle of the year.
Do you want to take a look?
Sure.
Something's just ringing wrong for me through this whole thing, and that I totally honor what David's saying and Barbara, because I agree that setting a precedent for something is a really dangerous position to be in. And having said that, I can't imagine sort of asking for the project that would incur so much expense to take place in order to move it in a way that if it were really bothering people around you, then it would be a different story. But because it's not, I feel as though we should focus our energies on what is it that we can do to deter people from taking advantage of this situation in the future, because we've done this, not that we've caved, but that, the next person that comes, can we say it right now? Sorry, this was a one-time deal. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I do think that we should look practically at the matter, and I don't know about how I would feel about having to spend that much money if I wasn't really troubling anyone or causing a public safety concern. So I just have to put that out there, and yet I'm not a planner, and so I defer to your expertise there.
Barbara, do you have a code? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so.
Mr. Mayor.
It looks, I think, yes, Garrett.
Maybe to help the council and the applicants, the Planning Commission did point out the 4 findings you have to make to grant a variance. So it's that you have to hang your hat on to allow the variance and make those findings. Difficulty is making those findings, although as staff, we realize the situation they're in, we recognize the area, and we thought, well, maybe there's somewhere here that you can make some of those findings. But it's those 4 areas, and if you can hang your hat on making those findings, then obviously in the future, other people have to meet the same standards when it comes to a policy. But you just have to make sure that you're making the findings that will stand and may not necessarily, allow others to have that complete flexibility to do something.
Which one do you like?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's all 4, and I think they can meet 2, maybe 3.
That's right, because we had a problem some years ago when it was not clear that the word "and" was implemented after number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the crux of it is, the Planning Commission was unable to find findings to support this, which is why it's in front of us.
Financial hardship's not necessarily a reason to hang your hat on, but more importantly, you have these 4 to meet. And like I said, I think you could maybe make findings for 3 of them. I don't know about for the other one.
All right, here's a wild idea. With any bit of luck, and if the gods smile upon us, it should be raining here this time next week. I would be willing to give you a winter grace period, because I know this is a very valuable car, and a beautiful car, and a great gift from your dad. And what the heck are you going to do between now and the rainy season to be able to protect the car? And maybe there's a compromise here, as I try to spin this out of my head in the late evening, to say perhaps we give you a bit of a grace, but this thing has to go. But that would be mine, that it has to go. It has to go, in my opinion, my vote. But I could see, if council's head is not spinning off of our head, forestalling it for a period so that the car is not out there in the elements or requiring you to store it someplace else or something like that.
So you're just saying removing the timing of it?
Very well put.
In essence, you'd be asking for a continuance until May to consider the matter, unless the appeal is withdrawn.
Yes. Also, very well said.
I could also, surely this has been thought of also. You can park a car in the setback, and these other parking spaces that are there, why not put this structure to protect the car, perhaps in May, where one of those are, and then you're not losing any parking, the car gets protected. I mean, you're having to move this to some place where it's legal.
That's the sewer line question.
Yeah.
We can move it to cover one of those parking spots, but the footings fall right in line with where the sewer line is.
For both of those spots.
Yeah, because it's
That's
right down the
unfortunate.
middle of the driveway.
But between now and in the springtime, the planning gods may speak wisely to you or to us, and we may find a better solution. Basically, you go find another solution.
Okay, yeah.
I'm struggling here.
Yeah, I mean, as a resident of the town, you know, and a homeowner here, I support the town in you know, setting precedent that we want people to follow. So I get it, totally get it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all stuck. So,
I know, sucks.
yeah. And it's unfortunate, but I think that's where we are.
So we'll continue the item until May, and perhaps by then we'll come up with a better
Do I
solution.
hear a motion to that effect, or do we need a motion to that?
No.
Okay. Well, let's continue this.
So we,
All right, date certain, first meeting in May.
so we continue it for further hearing?
Continue to May.
And do we need to get a waiver of any kind of planning, what's it called, streamlining act, anything like that?
As long as the applicant is willing to agree to continue it to, say, the first meeting in May, during which time they're to come up with a solution and come back with some way to stay in conformance with the law without having to be granted a variance. One of these options, some other option, something of that nature.
One other thing, do I detect that the heir to the ownership of the car is in the offing?
Yeah, and we'll be here in May.
Will be, okay.
Well, yeah, by May.
Okay, well, with that, I would also ask that as a present from the council, that we waive the penalty. Put it in the college fund.
Thank you.
Waive what penalty?
Waive the penalty that Mullen had identified.
For not getting a building permit?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
we're
we could consider that in
continuing
May.
it
I mean, I
without
think we need to
prejudice, and I don't
continue
think
it.
we should make any decision.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I don't have a problem paying a penalty for something I did wrong.
Okay, and there's a waiver on your part of any timeliness of considering this? So in other words, you're not objecting to the continuance, correct?
No. I was hoping to have it done so that it's out of your hair, but I appreciate the time. Come up with a solution.
Sure. Okay. Should we open to public comment on this?
Yes, I think
so.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this matter? Seeing none, I will close that part.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much. See you in May, hopefully with a great story. All right. So item number 17 is discussion consideration of the 76 Spruce Road address regarding compliance with town code and site maintenance issues. And Mark, you have this one too.
Yeah, this is an ongoing issue that we've been having with the property owner at 76 Spruce Road. There's issues with an illegal second unit. There's allegations that there's a drum business and drumming lessons that are going on there. And then also there's kind of a lot of stuff kind of around the yard that's kind of, you know, unsightly. And so the neighbors are concerned about that. There's also an issue with the water, and I thought I'd speak a little bit about that because I think that the property owner is probably going to bring that up. But basically, when this home was built, to provide access to the home, they covered the Winter Creek. And so once an access like that is put over a creek, it becomes the property owner's maintenance. And so it's the maintenance of that access that's in disrepair. And so the town does not help with private accesses to property that cover over the creeks, just to make that clear. So if you have questions about that, I'll try to answer them or anything else.
If running a drumming business, like I run a law office, do they have a business license?
I don't know if they have a business license for that or not.
Would we allow a business license for a?
We would allow, I'm not in the planning department, but from what I've overheard and what I understand is we do not allow clients to go to home businesses.
That's right. And that's what they told me when I took out my business license.
You can apply for a use permit. Not you, but like music lessons and you have visitors, but you have to get a use permit.
But to our knowledge, this has not occurred.
No, they haven't applied for a use permit.
Okay.
Okay. Any other clarifying things?
So just a question on the staff report. I guess, Garrett, maybe you're standing in for Jim. Your recommendation is to work with the applicant to complete the second unit use permit app and monitoring the property for compliance with the town code. Does that include the idea of the business? It seemed like, or the potential business, that I think we should probably answer that question, because at least based on some of the letters coming in, there was concern about the business. So I'm not sure, is the staff report also including looking into whether or not there is a business that's operating without a use permit? Or?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. I think our understanding is the applicant's indicated he's not operating his business there, but if it was, he would have to get a use permit. But merely our staff recommendation is we continue to work with the applicant to make sure they submit to get their second unit permit application to the process. I think it'd be important for the council to stress to the applicant that they do that in a timely manner. He's done the first step, which is costly and time consuming, which is the survey, and now really it's getting the application in, and it probably would be good if he used professional help like a draftsman or something. He could do something to scale to get that in and to facilitate that process so that doesn't get dragged out. I think that's something that could help resolve the situation a little sooner, because you're addressing the second unit issue. The business, you'd have to rely on applicants or the residents indicating whether or not they're operating a business. That's always difficult.
Well, I just thought it was curious that the person who lives at 74, the name of, under his name is Rhythm Village, which sounded to me like it might have something related to a drumming business. So that's why I was kind of, it seemed like we should try to put that issue to bed.
In regards to the business matter, I do have a business, Rhythm Village, that does workshops, not at home. This is an issue that came up a long time ago about whether or not I was giving lessons at the house and so forth. And as a matter of fact, I am not, unlike the majority of musicians who live in Fairfax. But I do have a trailer with drums in it that I do use for events at other locations. And I do have a business license for Rhythm Village, which I have had for 10 years or so. I don't have workshops at my house. Honestly, my neighbor across the street is rather upset with a number of issues, and to my seeing, it's sort of whatever way she can use to make trouble for me at this point in time. You know, she also threatened me with illegally running a business because I was practicing in my home. So in terms of the business issue, that's what that is. In terms of the permit issue of the property, yes, I am in the midst of that process. I did get their surveyors to come out. Cost me $2,500 to do that. I've been in the process of refinancing so that I could manage to do this. I just got funded last week, and I fully intend to move ahead with the permitting process. And that part of the plans, I sent the first draft of floor plans to Linda today, to working with her to see what is suitable to the town, what's acceptable. The plans do include a privacy screen of vegetation in between my property and the aforementioned neighbor's property that hopefully would resolve both some of the visibility issues of my driveway, which unfortunately is, her house is perched right above me, which, believe me, it's not any more pleasant on my end of things knowing that she's there kind of watching everything going on at my house. So that is included in the plans, as well as improving sound insulation so that when I practice personally, and that is my understanding that there's nothing illegal about that, that it's not an issue for other people. You know, I have numerous times asked people to listen from outside in the street to how it sounds while I'm playing, while I'm practicing personally, including one person who's an acoustician and designs studios and so forth. The response has universally been, wow, that's not very loud at all. Understandably, everybody has their personal needs around sound and so forth, and I try to be respectful of that, not practice for the most part when Kim is home, practice during daytime hours. I don't practice at night. I don't know what more to say about that in terms of, you know, I'm trying to be respectful and have always been open to feedback from my neighbors. Earlier in the summer, I called Kim and asked her to address me directly if she had issues, as opposed to continuously calling the town, which seemed to be sort of a bombardment that, you know, I think the intention was to sort of aggravate the issue between myself and the town. Asked her to contact me directly instead. I never heard anything from her. Have never had sound complaints regarding music from any of my neighbors other than her. Have asked other neighbors directly whether or not it was an impact on them, and they have universally said either they don't mind it or they enjoy it. What else? I don't know.
Garbage accumulating. So
There's
I
been
think
some stuff, you know, in my driveway, and you know, I've done my best to clean that up. There was a picture, I believe, of garbage, which happened to be taken after a raccoon got into my garbage or something like that. In general, I keep it all strapped down so that doesn't happen, but on occasion, varmint gets in there, and you know, I can put another strap on it. I'm not sure what else to do about that.
Gabe, just to clarify, you do have a weekly pickup service from Marin Sanitary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you live in the house adjacent to the little structure, or
To the little structure being the...
when you're looking at it's on the left, and then there's sort
If
of
you're
a,
looking at it on the street, the driveway goes up to the proposed second unit.
right,
Which
and
is
then
a
there's
converted garage.
and then the established house is sort of to the right behind the fence.
Down below to the right, yeah.
Okay, I did go out and saw it today, so I mean, that kind of would be my concern, would be to get that structure legalized and maybe do a little soundproofing. I heard you practicing a little bit, kind of a muffled, you know, sound.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad, but yes, that is fully my intention. I know it's taken a while to do that. That's mostly been financial, and also I travel a lot for work. I'm a touring musician, so over the summer I was gone for pretty much the whole summer, and it was not really possible for me to attend to much.
So do you have any time frame that you expect to meet to get the unit legalized?
I would hope to get my plans submitted by the end of the year. I could potentially make that, I could do that sooner, hopefully, just kind of juggling things, and have been working with
with somebody to draw up the plans that can do it properly. And that's what would work for me personally, if that's not.
I mean, I think we should track it because that's what we're expected to do, to make sure that things get done, you know, and they don't just kind of languish. So, you know, that was kind of my thought coming into this thing is, you know, track it, review it, maybe in January, beginning. That's our first meeting of the new year. Yeah. Hopefully you have your plans in. Yeah. Get a permit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's...
And you know, we see whether you're moving forward, and we can just kind of work with you and work with your neighbors to kind of resolve the situation.
Great. And I've been in communication with Linda Neal, and she's been helpful with guidance and so forth.
There's also the point by Mr. Addy in his letter. I suppose visitors arrive and have parked in his spot. I don't know if it's his spot or. I realize these things are difficult, but we can always ask our visitors or attend to where they park.
Yeah, I do. I have pretty much people that come to my house. I tell them you absolutely can't park in the neighbor's spot. You know, sometimes people who haven't been there come and do it accidentally, and I'm not aware of it until I go to the driveway or so forth. I'd be happy to even put a little sign up there that says don't park in the neighbor's driveway or something like that as part of my contribution to the situation.
The only thing that remains unclear to me is the water thing and the cover over the creek, and that seems to me to be more of a safety issue. I've spoken some with Tom from Public Works, and I know you guys have talked about it, but I'm just wondering what do we need to see happen there in order to remedy that?
Can I speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, please do.
It's, you know, that culvert has become more and more of an issue, and it's not simply a culvert that runs underneath my driveway. It actually runs underneath both of my driveways with a clean out in the middle and continues to run underground past my neighbor's driveway. I mean, it's a 10-inch culvert that runs, I mean, the first section of it is probably 25 feet, and it's 12 inches, then it reduces to 10 inches and runs for at least 45 feet underground. And I've had to clean it out numerous times. This summer, I cleaned it out with and basically flushed it with a 50-gallon drum of water repeatedly until I could see there was no backage at all. The first rain of the season, it was blocked with a geyser shooting out of it. And the issue is that above my address, the roadside waterway is completely dilapidated. Pieces of concrete, rubble pouring down into there, and it's not possible for me to keep that clean unless the waterway above it is in some kind of decent condition, which is not on my property, which is in the public right-of-way. You know, I'm sure that I can maintain the culvert that's actually on my property if it's not being filled with gravel and dirt and rocks every time it rains. So,
yeah.
So what do we do about that in terms of this water coming from above, and whose responsibility is that?
Yep.
Because we're going to keep having this, and in big flooding times, I think we need a little proactivity here.
Yeah, it just comes
really
down from private.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It comes down from private property, from the hillsides. It comes onto the road. We clean up the road when it comes on the road, and when it goes in the small portion of culvert that's open, we clean that out.
but there's a channel that all of the water dumps into, which at one point in time was lined with concrete, and now that concrete has dilapidated. There's large holes in it. There's somebody that parks their car, which is leaning on that. There's a bay tree there, which is leaning more and more toward my studio, which is on the edge. The whole thing is eroding down into that passage. There's nothing holding the dirt back, and that's not on my property at all.
And is all of this in the public right-of-way, or is this?
I believe that most of it is in the public right-of-way.
Is it a public conveyance?
Well, like I was saying earlier, they built over the creek, which is in the public right-of-way, to access their home.
Where the driveway is?
Yes.
I see. Okay, so there's a culvert under the driveway.
So it's an issue of the maintenance of that access.
Under the driveway.
Right.
Okay.
This driveway and other properties' driveways also?
That's correct.
I mean, if that waterway looked like the waterway at the bottom of Spruce Road where it reaches Tamalpais, it wouldn't be an issue because there's
it's
traps
concreted
blocking branches and so forth. There's an actual clear path for water to travel without attracting muck.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. What I really want to do is drag in Lord and Lady Fairfax and have a conversation with them. Because they certainly have set us up for a tremendous challenge in the way that we have oddly developed this town over the last century and a half.
Yeah, that's what we deal with all over the place. Yeah, it's antiquated things that were always that way and don't conform to the way people have figured out that it's easier to deal with them. So downstream of your property, where the culvert dives in and goes underneath, it could be spruce or sequoia. It's that junction right there.
Yeah.
There's some pipes there that keep things out of that particular culvert. Are you willing to put in pipes like that next to yours to keep out the big chunks?
In addition to the costs of everything else.
Well, it might make cleaning out the culvert more easy.
Yeah, I mean.
Or less frequent.
That, it doesn't seem to me that I should be responsible for maintaining that particular piece above my property.
Well, that's a different issue altogether. I mean, what I'm talking about is keeping stuff from getting into that culvert that's going under your driveway.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. That needs to happen. I mean, right in front. I mean, I could put a grill on the front of the entrance to the culvert at the top of the property. I assume that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the same thing that's happening downstream of you. I mean, there's people in the town of Ross that say, "Oh, our town floods because the Fairfax's water and Fairfax's gravel washes down." Well, before it gets to Fairfax, it's in Loma Alta, and the water's up in the sky, and so this all kind of passes along. I mean, that's an old. You have to deal with what's right there, and part of it is if there is something coming down. I think if I had that culvert, it would behoove me to put something in there to keep the big chunks of concrete out of it, regardless of where they were coming from. I mean, that's a separate issue. I mean, and you want to keep those from washing down too, or we want to keep those from washing down, I think, if it's in the public right of way. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, maybe as a suggestion, that's something we can explore as we go through the second unit permitting process. Staff could take a closer look at that culvert.
Yeah,
work with the
and there's all kinds of levels of detail that you're right, we shouldn't get into here, but I'm basically putting it out there. I mean, it's a group effort is needed, and obviously,
certainly willing to participate in that group effort and to the best of my ability. I think that there's more maintenance than just putting that involved that might be a little beyond my scope.
That's probably correct.
So I would be happy to look at it and divide up the work in a way that seems amenable to all, if that seems satisfactory. We are coming up on a rainy season, however,
Definitely.
And I can tell you right now that that thing is going to clog up pretty fast. And right now there's just there are actual bars in there to stop stuff from coming down, but right now it's got about 3 feet of rocky gravel backed up against it, which it's a lot of maintenance.
Okay.
So the only thing is if we're waiting until this whole permitting thing is going on. We're deep into the rainy season, and I'm going to recommend that we take a look at it now and see what part we do, what part you do, and how we work together. Because we're talking about January with the permitting, and right? So that would be my suggestion, that we look at it sooner than later.
Yeah, I can have our town engineer look at it.
That's a good idea.
That would be good, yeah.
I do have an upgraded grate and cover for the clean out now, which Tom brought for installation, so.
There's
Tom's
your man.
right behind you.
I actually brought that to him, and I know what he was talking about.
Yep. Hey, Tom, could you wait till you're at the microphone here, just because it's so other people can hear you too.
Okay. So it comes from Tam down that hill to that corner of Spruce. So when the rains come, the gravel piles up regardless. And, you know, it's a good place to find milk bottles too, and after that. But anyway, it goes across the road, then under, alongside of a driveway, then under a driveway, and then goes through his yard, through his driveway. So it's tough. But the spot in his yard has been a problem over the years that I've been at. It bubbles up, then it's going down to the neighbors below him, and then we have to work on it. So I got him a grate. We're going to put that in, cement around in there. We can pull the grate and clear out if we need to. And then above that, we'll cement that in. And there's a grizzly up above, which stops big stuff down the hill. But I mean, rocks and stuff are going to get through there. We can do another grizzly that's above his house. Then it's all covered in blackberries. So we'll pull that out and we'll reseal that. So I don't even think we need an engineer. I have all the stuff. The grate's at his house. That way a kid can't fall in and stuff from his yard going down in there and plugging it or anything, debris. But we have a clean out there. The grate will be good. We'll concrete it in. It'll be safe. You can park cars on it, whatever. And then we can flush it out with our hydrant thing too, if need be. But he said he's got it pretty clean. So we're on it. I already got the grate at his house, and so we're working on that.
Sounds like it's happening.
So it's going.
So
yeah,
great.
I talked to him. So.
Mr. Mayor, just for the audience, Tom might indicate he's our senior maintenance worker that works for the town and Department of Public Works, as opposed to just someone off the street.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, someone said go in there and talk.
And let me guess, you were watching this at home, right?
I was.
Okay.
I saw
So there you go.
I
I mean,
knew he was coming up, and I just wanted to, back him up a little bit. So things
Okay.
are going, and it'll be good. So.
Okay.
Good.
Well, great.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Appreciate it. I mean, Tom does a lot of great work around town here, and we rely on lots of people just like Tom. And I'm glad to have him as Public Works. Sorry, is there other members of the public who would like to talk to this issue? Okay.
Hi, my name is Kim Turlt, 79 Spruce Road. I met you all last week, or last month. Quick question regarding the drainage. So if the town is putting in the grate and such, who's going to be responsible? And who's paying for it? Even though it's...
If we put the grate in, we'll keep it clean.
Okay, so it becomes town responsibility. Okay. I'll start with the home business, and I have things I can pass forward. This is a brochure from his online website that shows his physical address at 76 Spruce Road as his home business. These are pictures of when he has drums imported in big cardboard boxes. Those pictures, you can look at the dates. Those boxes move from one part of the yard to the other part of the yard. That's covering 2 months. So there's the impact on garbage for the business. He has taught home classes there. Several years ago, 8 weeks, 2 days a week, Thursdays and Sundays, 2 hours a night. Parking impact, noise impact. And I spoke to the property owner the very first night these drumming classes started, and I said, no, no, no. They continued. It was way too loud, way too many cars. Our street is very, very narrow. That particular part of the road is a two-way street. Two cars can't pass by each other, so that you have to do a lot of pull-out.
But he says that doesn't occur anymore.
No, I just had someone within the last month that parked across from my truck. It was after dark. Gentleman came by, parked, he left for a few minutes, and then he came back.
Does that have something to do with the drumming class?
No, it's parking issues.
Okay, because it's been at least 5 years since I've conducted any kind of class in my studio.
Okay. Then we will go on to a woman that I saw drive up and down the street, walk up to the house empty-handed and leave with a drum. So my assumption there was that she came to purchase a drum. I don't know. I won't ask. That's what I saw. Drumming. I too heard the drumming tonight. It was a beautiful night out. I like to have my house open when it's nice because it's warmer outside than in my house. So I warm it up. Summertime, it's open most of the time. I hear drumming. It's a heavy bass. It's not enjoyable. I have tried working with Mr. Harris about this. I thought we had come to several agreements. One was that he would close all doors and windows. I really don't think that ever happened because it was still very long. At one point, he said he would try to drum while I'm at work. That lasted about 2 weeks. And when I did approach him about it, I said, hey, what about doing this while I'm at work? The response was, well, just put earplugs in and listen to whatever you want. I don't want to listen to music. I want to read. I want to relax on my porch. He says I sit there and watch. You know what? My front porch is on the street. It looks that way. My yard, my back deck sees it. I'm sorry. I'm outside enjoying my yard. I'm sorry he feels I'm watching him, but I'm right at the street. That's just the way it is. I don't have a privacy fence. I've been hearing a lot about, oh yeah, I'm going to sound insulate. I'm going to sound insulate. This is years, nothing. Nothing. He's talked about putting up a hedge or a bamboo in the front. Nothing's happened. I just wanted to point out a few things from our last meeting. Just emphasize the time it's taken to take care of any of these issues. I believe Mark Lockaby confirmed in the last meeting that the yard hadn't been cleaned up. In, I think, let's see, when was it? September 5th letter to the owner, September 5th of 2012 to the owners, the town advised, and I quote, it would go a long way towards neighborhood relations if the property could be tidied up. Nothing was done until the meeting last month. That's 14 months. So that just doesn't tell me that he's working on neighborly relations. With the drumming, eventually, he tells me to call him, but I'm afraid to call him now. I've been referred to his attorney. I've tried calling the attorney. The attorney doesn't return my call. I'm trying to work it out. I don't know what I need to do other than, well, I'm here. That's what I'm doing. At one point, he had tenants move in. Three tenants in 2 different tenancies in the last year. He had people living in there. Knowingly, a non-permitted unit, and that he can't have tenants in there. And when I made the town aware of it, I had a phone message that same day from Mr. Harris, and I quote, I gotta find it here. I'm sorry, I'm a little upset right now. Telling me to back off the town, stop whining, and I'm just aggravating everyone. I'm aggravated. because this process has taken so long, and I have really tried working with the property owners with the noise, the garbage, the parking. And on the police department's recommendation to call them and have an officer come out and speak to him. For instance, with the barking dog, 5 citations signed by 3 different neighbors to get any results for the barking dog. The noise and the garbage go to quality of life. And the quality of life is not good there. Not just for me, but for my other neighbors. So that's where I stand on that. I appreciate your time on this and your consideration. I do have, I'm not computer literate. I do have a recording of the drumming from my house. It's just a little 30-minute snippet. I tried to burn it to a disc, and unfortunately I don't know how to do that. I don't know if I can play that or not. I don't know if you'd really be able to hear it. I can try to burn it to a disc and get it to you eventually, but I just don't know how to do it. Okay, I'll figure out how to get it onto something and get it to town council.
I was by there today and I heard drumming, but
Today was very quiet. But I can still hear it. But what I have, that was very quiet. And I'll be honest, in the past month, it's a huge difference. I don't know what is being done differently. If doors are being closed and windows are being closed, it is a huge difference.
Okay, well, maybe, your concerns are definitely noted. And, my feeling is we do need to track it to try to get it resolved and mediate the situation. Egg cartons, creating a studio where you're gonna get a better product or, sample of what you're doing, and it may relieve the situation. But I really think, it would be best if you could really get moving so that the next time we come back, we've got something we can really look at to address your issues and our issues, which are a little bit different, but may kind of resolve one another.
Can I make one other suggestion with regard to the garbage? The cans are right at the street, and I beg to differ, and I have shown you pictures at the last meeting of the continual garbage that sits at, and I admit it's been better this last month. Yes, the raccoons do get into it, and birds get into it, but what happens, it is so overflowing, not with just their garbage, but when they have tenants, and sometimes the garbage is just set next to the can, and it just gets spread around, but it doesn't get picked up. There will be wrappers and food wrappers and stuff sitting on the ground at the street, right across from my house. And cardboard, rather than getting put into the can, gets left on the side. All month, the past 4 garbage nights, there's been a green, which I think is probably a hazardous materials, some sort of hazardous materials container. I assume they want recycled, but it hasn't been picked up, but it still sits there. And that's my concern. Things are going to start accumulating again. He's done a fantastic job of cleaning up the yard this past month. 90% different. Fantastic. But I'm concerned it's going to start accumulating again.
So can I ask a question? It's more of Mr. Harris. Do you just produce a lot of garbage? Let me just lead you on to where I'm going on this. If you do, we can probably have a conversation. You can have a conversation with the Marin Sanitary Service, and they could probably provide you with an expanded collection.
I don't think that there's too much garbage per se. There may be, there are at times an accumulation of stuff in my driveway, bikes, tarps, projects, etc., home projects. Granted, I'm realized that she has to look at whatever's on the street more than I do, and I'm realizing that, and that what she is seeing probably 90% of the time I don't see because it's not right in front of my house, and I will certainly try to be more aware of that.
Well, it is in front of your house.
Yeah, but I get
Yeah,
out,
but you drive up
I
the
get in my
street.
car,
I don't
I
know
drive
if you-
away,
Okay.
I drive away, and I don't see it, and I will certainly try to be more,
The part of this, because there's nothing this council enjoys more than a good Hatfield and McCoy. Could you guys just work this out? Please? I mean, it sounds like the drumming sound has diminished.
Yes, it has.
Maybe it can diminish more. Maybe you receive more packaging than some people. You can call Marin Sanitary Service. They're fantastic. They'll arrange pickups or however they work their magic. And then it seems to me we've relieved the issues with your neighbor. This other stuff with the creek, you can deal with Lockerbie on that.
absolutely. And as I said, I'm sorry in the delay of putting sound insulation into the studio. That is part of the plan with and as well as a privacy screen, which should hopefully make it feel less like we are roommates than neighbors. I would like to just clarify one point. As I said, I was traveling. I have had people come stay at the house to help. It helps my wife a lot to keep an eye on the property, help look after the dog, so forth. Not renting it out. My understanding was that that is not illegal for people to come and stay there per se. So I just want to clarify that. I don't want to use up any more of your time unless.
Okay, but I think basically just seeing it from, both of you seeing it from your neighbor's perspective, I mean, obviously part of it is time, but moving forward and getting things done is part of that. But really, you're not looking out of your window and seeing the garbage, but she is looking out of her window and seeing your, so, it's that good fences make good neighbors kind of thing. I think that was written about cows coming and eating the vegetable garden, but it's similar. I mean, yeah, put up a barrier so that the stuff is packed away and then recycle the cardboard. And, and it's just, it's a chore, but it'll keep your neighbors happy. And I'm glad you're funded on your mortgage thing, and so things can move along. So
thank you.
Can I make just one more suggestion? If you were to pull your garbage cans off the street every week, would be great too. Just because like I said, once the raccoons get into it and the birds, it just kind of gets strewn around. I think if you had it closer to your house, it would be
I understand that.
a bit nicer to see.
We can talk about it. There are reasons, and I think we can talk about it.
Okay.
Other than in front of
Yeah.
the town council.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great idea, and please, understand that there's two sides to everything, and I know that it seems very front and center where you're looking, what you're looking at, but listen to each other, and please, we've all got to be good neighbors. So, thank you. There's another thing you're. I'm sorry?
I thought Mr. Bragg wanted to say something.
No, before we all, walk away hand in hand, it should come back to us in January, just to make sure it's moving along.
Very clear.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks
you.
a lot.
Thank you.
And Steve, do you have a comment on this? I realize I didn't close.
Good evening, Stephen Vandy, 104 Chester Avenue. I have no dog in this fight, but we were talking earlier about precedent setting. When the town goes on someone's taking care of someone's drainage through a right-of-way that has been paved over to create parking and access to their house, once the town starts doing that, it becomes the town's problem. So, that's something that we've always been tried to make sure that we stay within, I don't mind paying my taxes, I just don't want to be paying for the town. And I've known Tommy Bruce since he was 3 years old, and I know he does a great job. But we got to be careful how much the town puts into this, because then pretty soon it's just known that the town's going to be taking care of this. There is a town trash rack that's 50 feet up the street that could be, the town certainly could clean that up and would help help the situation down below. But I'm just kind of throwing it out there that we should kind of keep an eye on how much we go on to somebody else's property, even though it's town right away, and take care of somebody else's property.
Interesting point. Can I ask you, is Tommy Bruce doing this as a town employee to fix a problem that we are now going to own under the government code? Or is he doing this as a private contractor in his free time?
No, I think we just had one of those racks laying in the yard and thought, well, that'd be a good spot for it, so he took it over there. But
Yes, and when that occurs, unless town council tells me that I'm incorrect, there is a couple of sections of the government code that are going to tell us that we own it now. And for all time, we are going to be responsible for clearing it out, maintaining it, X, Y, Z. And in fact, I'm going to go one step.
Yeah, I mean, my clarifying question before Tommy came and said what he was doing was that this eroding place where the water's going down is on the public right-of-way, and that was the answer, that it was yes. And I think that that's something that the town's got to deal with, if it's the town's.
I think he was saying it was forcing it off. It was in the right-of-way, and it was impacting further areas further down the right-of-way, and maybe this would help address the issue. But we wouldn't have any issues. The culvert underneath the driveway, that's not our responsibility. It's just the grate we're putting in front. Will be, but we're out there anyway.
Yeah, as long as we're not heading down the wrong path, that's good.
No, I'm not
Yes.
leaving this that quickly. I need you to weigh in here on this.
So my understanding is it's public right-of-way, but it was a natural sort of condition, and then we improve it. And so we would maintain it. Yes. We're gonna have to maintain it.
We already own it.
It's in the public right-of-way, but my understanding is it's in a natural state initially, right? And so then we improve it, so then we maintain it. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, I just been listening to that.
You've got to.
The natural state was a creek, and then the builder of that house put a culvert in and poured concrete over the top of it. It's no longer a natural state, and the town did not do that. As the town is not responsible for the trees that are on the right-of-way in front of someone's house, how is the town liable for or responsible for something that someone built and that the town did not build? The trash rack up the hill definitely looks like a town-built thing, and I understand that, but this is not a natural state. This has been a creek that's been covered up. Like I said, I don't have a dog, and I'm just saying your precedent setting is what I worry about.
Maybe the way to address it is, if we're going to get a plan to legalize this second unit, that's addressed in the plan and it's explicitly made part of the improvements, so we don't get
Yeah, exactly. That's a terrific way of being able to somehow
the bind
state
that you're
on that property that, along with this second unit, if it does meet and is actually approved, it's the responsibility of the homeowner to take care of this. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of that going on throughout the town of
water,
Fairfax.
it's a dangerous
And I
thing to get
remember
into.
back in the day where the fire department would come in and take their hose and flush out some of these for folks, and it was kind of then thought, okay, well, they're going to come around every couple of years and do that, but at whose cost, So it was just when you're talking about it, I just worry that we get ourselves into, well, they did it for him.
We'll address that in January when we come back.
Yeah, I just think until then, maybe we should hold off in doing.
I had to walk back up here. The thing is that what happened, Steve, is it was the flood, or it was storm, and where that was is a hole. So when there's a hole, 13 years ago I did it, and like 9 years ago I had to do it again. And so it was going in there and you're trying to dig around for a hole. Instead of now, it would be a grate. You know where the grate is. You pull the grate, we could snake it out. Understandable. But the thing is that the guy downstream is flooding, and it's the storm, and we're not going to sit there and let the guy flood out till the storm's over. So we worked it and cleared it, and that's the way we got to do it. You know, and I mean, we're going to do that anytime, no matter what. You know, we're not going to let somebody take on water. So that was the deal, and this way we'll know where it's at. The rack above does help, but this is a hole and then debris falls in it, whatever. So no more of that will happen. And it's just gonna, I mean, regardless, if it's flooding and the guy down the street's getting water and they call us, we're gonna go there and we're gonna clear it because it's coming from our waterway down, across Spruce, down, gets in there, that's where it's popping up, and that's all water that we gotta clear to keep going, instead of this poor guy's house flooding. So that's going to happen regardless with us in the storms. We're going to, you know, we're going to keep people dry as much as we can. So,
and there's a lot of
way it's going to be.
Volunteer efforts also all around town that people
Well,
know
yeah.
certain
You know, I
culverts
mean,
and they clean them out.
In the floods, it's all, you know, no holds barred. I mean, we're going to save people, whatever, you know. I mean,
So perhaps maybe what we could do is, like we indicated, we'll explore these issues, report back to you in January. If we feel
Right.
that we could put it in prior to the rainy season and it makes sense because it is our obligation, then we'll go ahead and do that. Otherwise, we'll report back in January of how this will all work and satisfy the council's concerns related to
the pipes are
obligations.
waterway, so basically you can call it a clean out grate so that if something does happen, we can pull the grate and clean it out. So basically that's all it is.
That's,
It's our pipe going under.
okay, well, that's the
So,
question. That's
you know,
the
and then
question.
when it stops, that's our water going into that guy's house. So, you know, we're not just going to drive by and say, you know. So, anyway.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming down.
Okay.
So should I stay or should I?
You might want
Tune
to
in.
save.
Okay, Tom, you're not coming back, right?
Yeah, well, I think we have to finish this here. Yes.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Pauline Bartholomew. I'm at 85 Spruce Road.
Okay.
I have several concerns about the property at 76 Spruce. I live right across the street, and I see everything too in their yard. There's a lot of junk that's scattered around that yard, between the two driveways, around the whole thing. Sometimes it gets better, but then it just quickly goes back to the same old neglected state. It's just, I don't think he's doing enough. I don't think he's trying very hard. I'm really glad I'm not trying to sell my house right now, because it's an eyesore. I think he should put his stuff behind his fence so he sees it, so we don't have to look at it. Another concern is the noise factor from the drumming business, as well as the extra traffic that goes on. The cars do spill out into the street sometimes, and sometimes they take my spot too. Parking's tight on the street. I don't have a garage or a driveway even. So when my spot's gone, it's tough. I really think that you should begin nuisance abatement procedures because I don't want my house values to go down, and I'm just trying to maintain the quality of life on Spruce Road.
Give us a little rope here. We're going to have a report back from staff in January, and from what if I understood Mr. Harris from his comments, and I'll take him at his word, it seems to me that he has seen the concern of the council and the community and is going to make a good faith effort to address these things. If not, then we will address it in the appropriate manner. But at least today, it appears as if there's a meeting of the minds and a good conversation going on. Maybe a little naive on my part, but I hope springs eternal. So perhaps when we gather in January, we'll see, because the proof of the pudding's in the tasting, as they say.
Well, my husband spoke to him a couple years ago and asked him to clean up the yard too. And I don't even know if he did it then. This has been going on for a long time though.
Yeah, well, hopefully we have a different.
Yeah, I know some of it has been addressed. I hope he does. Thank you.
Back in January.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
I noticed in your email that you sent that, and you also just mentioned it, that you feel there's a drumming business
Yeah.
there as well. Have you really seen evidence to that effect, or is it just that you're hearing the drumming?
I'm hearing it. I see drums delivered there, big containers of drums. I see people come and go. I don't know if that's a business or not.
Okay.
I hear the drumming a lot.
Okay.
I don't hear it as badly as Kim does. I don't know if it's because of the height of our houses, but I also have partial hearing loss myself, so maybe that's part of it. But I do agree with everything that Kim had stated earlier.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So if there's any other public comment on this, then I'd like to close it and look forward to hearing about it in January. Can we beat this? to
Makes
death?
me one pine for the fire code.
Yes, and in fact, it's 10 o'clock. I've had one request for break here, which I don't want to deny.
We have these tired people here who are sitting in rows.
That is true, but in this, we say at 10 o'clock, we'll decide what we're going to do. Do you want to do that after a break? Or right now?
Well, we should do the next public hearing
Let's-
next after the break, I think.
Yeah?
I think well, let's discuss after the break, maybe continuing a couple of items.
Any particular couple?
Well, I suggest we consider continuing the fire code item.
No.
Can't do that.
Well,
Pratt.
we would just be late.
Yes,
Well-
Garrett?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Jen.
I'm sorry, there's a big impact to him being late. So the state codes take effect January 1. And if we have a gap in between when the state codes take effect and when our code takes effect, we create uncertainty as to applications that come in during that period of time.
Okay, what about continuance of item 18?
Those two go hand in hand, really, 17 and 18.
18, 19.
I'm sorry,
18,
18 and
19.
19.
Do we have to do 20? Garbage, front load, compactor fees?
Well, that one we've been pushing off for so
That's
long, and
great.
it'd be only a 2-minute item, really.
So really, we can hopscotch over the chief from my apology, do the garbage and recycling thing, and then move on immediately, I would hope, to either notice of completion on the bank stabilization, because we're on the clock here, and then go to the cleanup on 159 Willow.
I'd suggest that we do
Yeah, I'd say Willow first also.
and I would also suggest, since we have people on the clock, that we do item 22 before we,
That's what I just said.
oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
We have an engineer
I
on the
would
clock.
like us to,
Yeah, I think the council
Okay.
earlier had considered the 2 public hearings, which you just completed. Do the other public hearings after you do 22, 23, and 24.
okay.
That's what you had indicated prior to the public hearing.
All right.
We're not dropping anything.
Can we come back in 5 minutes and just be back
Yeah,
in 5
minutes.
minutes?
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. In 5 minutes, we're going to come back. We're going to do very quickly, we're going to do number 20, a garbage and recycling thing. And then we're going to do number 22, a very quick notice of completion. And then we'll get on to 159. What about 23? We'll do that it's not my place to say. But
What?
we'll do
23, were you talking about roosters? Oh, I couldn't understand which
They
one.
said we're doing 22, 23, and 24.
All right. Let's go.
I'm sorry. If you could just go to 22, we could get to the front load compactor later with all the
Yeah.
other public hearings.
That sounds excellent. Like to bring us back into session here? Like to bring us back into session, please? And why don't we move to number 22, because we have engineers here on staff. This is a Pistorius bank stabilization project, and then we'll go to 23, the Roosters. A lot of people here for Roosters, yes?
Do we have more Roosters, or do we have more 159 Willow? Got more of those.
5. And how many people are here for Roosters? 5. Neck and neck. Okay. All right. Well, Roosters are earlier in the agenda. How's that? Well, whatever. Okay.
So
22.
So 22. So
Approval of the notice of completion of the Pistorius Bank stabilization project.
So maybe some introductory remarks before I turn it over to Greg Grubin, our project
Okay,
engineer at
please do.
CSW. As background, obviously the town's been working on this project for several years, and that's the bank stabilization storm drain pipe in San Soma Creek underneath the Pastori Bridge. You may recall August 2013, council awarded a project just to Gelati Construction for $151,000 to just do the bank stabilization portion of the project. In October, your last meeting, the council actually authorized another $80,000 to pay for the cost overruns related to unforeseen circumstances. Actually, Mr. Grubin's going to go over all the issues related to costs and the timeline for the project, but what I like to just go over is just point out the original budget for the project was about $261,000. That included contingency costs of about $35,000. The final estimate's around $329,000, so it's about $68,000 higher than we thought. We had budgeted $341,000, but obviously the costs came in higher. So I'll turn it over now, if it's okay, turn it over to Greg Grubin, again, with CSW, our project engineer, and he's the one that worked on the project on behalf of the town.
Thanks.
Okay. I know what I want to do here is just briefly go through the history of this thing. I remember seeing some of you guys out there while this thing was getting built. So, and I thought the easiest way to do that was sort of do it by timeline on what happened. This was quite an adventure on this project. So, what you're looking at right there is the finished project. The good news is that the final project came out very well. We've got Wendy's property stabilized. We got the bridge, protected against erosion. We got the agencies were fine with it. I mean, that thing is built to last. So the project itself turned out well. So the project proper started on September 4th, and we immediately ran into some issues in that we had a stream diversion plan that we used to move the water around the project and get the fish out and whatnot, and we had issues with that already because what we didn't know is a lot of that water that's moving down that stream is moving underground. It's settling underneath that fish ladder and moving along underground, and as soon as they started trying to do any work and move any soil down there, we had water just bubbling up out of there, so our plan obviously wasn't going to work. And what that led to was turbidity issues. We had an NTU, it's some sort of measurement, I don't know what it stands for, it's that the agencies use. It's the amount of particulate matter that gets suspended in the water, and it's detrimental to fish, and the agencies had set the levels that we could get to quite low on this project, because that stream, when it's running clean, it's actually a very clean creek. So they kept it low. Well, it didn't take much for us to exceed those values. So we spent a good deal of time trying to figure out a system that would work such that they could work in the creek. And you guys are looking at the pictures there. It turned into a whole series of pumps. There was a large Baker tank we had to bring up above. We tried letting the water settle out in the Baker tank and then get it back into the creek. That didn't work. We had to bring in a filtration system and actually filter the water, which required a generator to be brought in on site that had to run 24/7. They had a sump in the bid to do some sump work. It wasn't nearly large enough to handle this sort of issue, so they had to bring in a much larger sump and dig a much larger sump hole. While they were doing this, WRA, who was the environmental consultant to the city, was monitoring those NTU or turbidity thresholds, and we had to stop the project several times because they had exceeded that. And if the agencies drop in on you and you've exceeded those levels and they see that, then it's a problem. So they stopped that. Project stopped 3 or 4 times. When we get to the last page, I'll explain a few of the things that happened here. So that was one of the big issues we had right out of the gate on the problem. Was the groundwater and the turbidity issues. You'll recall discussions we had with one of the neighbors in here earlier about there was a big piece of concrete that we were trying to stabilize next to the bridge using some screw anchors, and it turned out that what appeared to everyone that looked at it, myself, the town, the geotech, other engineers that looked at this project, that was a large piece of concrete that was, square in the size of one of these tables. Well, unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be that way. As soon as the workers started working on this piece of concrete, we found out it was just sort of a skin that had been spread over the top of some soil to protect erosion on the stream. They started working on that. Fortunately, one of the geotech that was out there watching this work happened to notice this thing beginning to move, warned the guys in time. They jumped out of the way just as this thing came crashing down, so we had to do a complete redesign. Okay, well, what we had in mind is not going to work. We had to redesign it. The gentlemen that were on site putting in the screw anchors, who was a subcontractor, they packed up their stuff and went away to have to come back another day. All these things are adding into the cost issue. We had to redesign the wall. We continue to have less than before, but we're still having turbidity issues. That kind of went on through the entire project to some degree or not. We got a pretty good handle on it, but that was an ongoing theme through this entire project. I think I already mentioned that we brought, there you see a picture, you guys have the packet there, it's called a Baker truck. It's something that we brought in to try and help this turbidity issue. We thought it holds about 30,000 gallons of water. The idea was if we pump the dirty water that we were churning up into this thing and let all that stuff settle out, and then we could pump it back into the creek. Well, that didn't work because these particulates were so fine that they were not settling out. They were just staying suspended in this water all the time. So that required the filtration. As I mentioned before, the peer subcontractor had to remobilize it to come out and redo the work on the concrete wall. I know this is sounding somewhat confusing, but we were going back and forth on a lot of these things throughout this project. Contractors would come out, have to get pulled off, have to come back. Equipment would come out. We'd have cranes on the job, large cranes that cost, $500-600 an hour. I mean, these are big cranes to get some of this equipment down in there, and they'd park them with the intent of getting some work done, and the crane would sit there for 3 or 4 hours. We couldn't do any work for one reason or another. The crane would pack up, go away, and have to come back the next day or the day after. So there's money lost on that. And when we would have turbidity issues and WRA would have to stop the job, all these gentlemen that were working on the job, the contractors, workers, all of a sudden have nothing to do, and they're standing around waiting for that turbidity thing to get taken care of so they can go back to work. So there's downtime there. That's just the way a site works. You guys are out there, they show up at 8 a.m. and they're ready to work all day, and if for some reason they have to stop, then they just, they'll try to find things for them to do, but they're basically downtime, and the contractor's still paying them their, $75, $85 an hour. And then probably one of the bigger things that happened, some of you folks out there, on the 20th of September, we had the big storm. And nobody saw this coming, or we would have probably have tried to prepare for it somehow. I mean, even the NOAA, I guess it's the NOAA website, weather website, which is kind of the holy grail of, weather information for the agencies. It was a trace of rain coming, less than a quarter inch. Well, that's not what happened. At one point, there was probably there had to be 5 to 6 feet of water raging through that project. That picture, that excavator you can see right there, had to actually get that thing out of the creek because it was becoming submerged down there. Make a long story short, it probably washed out about 70% of the effort that had been put into the project at that point. The WRA had come out, we'd taken all the fish out of the project and put up fish nets so they couldn't get back in. They had dug these large sumps to put the sump pumps in. They'd already done some excavating. They'd pulled all the old riprap away from the project so they could do their excavating. What was the big danger we had was we'd kind of open this work up, by pulling out all that riprap to do our new work. It was like an open wound at that point. That storm hit at just about the worst time it could for us in the project. Well, it washed out the entire, or not the entire, but probably 80% of the stream diversion or the water filtration system. They were finding parts of that a quarter mile down the stream later on. It filled up the sump. It destroyed much of the excavation they'd done. All the fish nets got torn down, so all the fish potentially came back in. And we had to redo all that work. So it was back to not square one, but it was a huge, many steps backwards on the project. Fortunately, the water levels went down pretty quick, and they were able to start. I guess it was maybe Monday. It was actually, I was just talking to John. I was very fortunate that, or maybe it was Larry, I don't know, one of you gentlemen. It was very fortunate that they were out there working on a Saturday, or we would have really had an issue, because I was able to direct them to take a lot of the riprap that they'd moved and start throwing it back up against that bank to save it, as it was starting to undermine some things out there. So we dodged that bullet too. And at the time, the crane was also out there for some of the things they wanted to use it for on that day, and didn't get used and had to get driven away. So, stream diversion system had to be rebuilt. WRA had to go through their entire fish removal situation, put their nets back up again. I went through most of this. The shotcrete subconsultant had to be remobilized and bring all their equipment back out again to try and put up the new wall once again that they had to leave for earlier. That also, in hindsight, turned out to be sort of a blessing in disguise, because when we started crawling up into that big cavity underneath Wendy's house, when they started working up there, we found out that was, number one, it was a lot deeper than they thought. When some guy finally we cut the roots and started crawling up in there, and that soil was very loose. So what we wound up doing is we just took the shotcrete and filled that hole up. So it's sealed permanently right now. So that actually turned out pretty well for us. And then the final thing, categorized as an issue here, is that the 24-inch pipe that we have gone back and forth on over the years, whether we're going to replace it or not with the larger 48, there was some evidence of some water leaking through that pipe, more so than when they started excavating, removing the riprap, a little bit more so than we had known about. And it was decided to line the pipe, which is they just basically go in and line the pipe with they put it in a plastic liner, plug up the ends, heat it up, and then pump it up with pressure, and you can see a picture of it. It just seals up the edges of that pipe and seals the leaks. So that was an extra cost that wasn't in the original bid. That's also something that Mr. McIntosh was quite adamant about wanting to get done. So I've made an effort here, and it's very difficult to break all these things down into 5 categories because, when I say water diversion, turbidity compliance, down later you'll see manpower and equipment downtime. Well, it's really hard to break. I broke out what I could of the downtime. There's still some up there in that water diversion thing, but what I was trying to give the council an idea of what the order of magnitude was. In fact, if I had to just do it over again, I would have rounded these up to the nearest thousandth. But I just wanted you guys to know sort of what the orders of magnitude were as to where that money was spent to get to the additional cost. So that's where we're at. Again, the project came out very nicely, and I think it's going to hold up and serve the town well for many, many, many years. So if you have any questions, I will.
I just had one question.
Yes.
You said you put the shotcrete in that hollow where the tree roots are. How does that impact the tree roots? Because I know that tree, and I know it was pruned quite significantly, but I'm just wondering about the possibility.
There weren't that many roots in that hole in there. Most of them were over the hole we had to cut out to actually get in there and work. But you could crawl up inside that thing. So it's as far as we didn't shotcrete around a whole bunch of roots. In reality, the tree's probably going to look at that as like a big rock down there that it's just growing around at this point. It's not going to be anything that's going to damage those trees. We didn't have to cut any large roots or anything back there. Well, that's why the hole turned into a hole, because there aren't a lot of roots back there.
I just want to say you all did an amazing job of really staying on schedule despite the tremendous sort of problems that you encountered, and really it looks like we lost maybe about a week, but I worked on other projects that this could have been months. So I just want to thank you all and Garrett and everyone for working hard on this, because it's quite astounding. Great work.
Thank you. Well, that's my thank, Garrett and Mark too. They were always available for me when I needed questions, or had questions, and I had a lot of them. We've got to do this. Can we do it? And they were always available to me to do that, or you actually came out to the site. So it was a good team.
This has nothing to do with you. $290,000 out of our funds for this?
Yeah, I think we get reimbursed, $50,000?
$50,000 from the 340.
From the it'll be like 330, so 50,000, so was that 280?
How much is this project, this ridiculous monstrosity of a project going to cost us?
280, unless we get more from FEMA, it'll be 280,000.
Great. I hope the public is watching. The next time they want to see a nice senior or youth program, we pissed it right into that hole because of the property owner. It had nothing to do with you. You did the Lord's work and did it as effectively as it possibly could be done. My anger over this will stretch until the day I go into the grave. Public dollars, tax dollars, are simply too precious, and it was just pissed away because of this adjoining property owner.
Greg, on the lining, the pipe lining, what is the expected duration? So, will we have to replace that in a few years, or what's?
No, you're going to get 15, 20 years out of that pipe now. That lining it's very durable.
And what about, were you able to inspect where the 48 joins the 24? Did you guys get?
It doesn't actually, there's a manhole back there.
So it kind of,
it comes into, the 48 comes into a manhole, and the 24 comes out the other side. Okay. And that manhole is new also. All the work was done. The only thing that was left that was not done in the earlier project is the 24-inch that comes out of that would have come out of that new manhole and gone through that abutment wall. That's the only piece that didn't get completed. So.
And in putting in the lining of the pipe, did anybody put a camera in the pipe and see what's going on with the abutment that it's going through? Were you able to get any further into
To see
the condition of the concrete, just to see. I mean, I know we got a little bit of a surprise when you put in the helical screws and the.
Yeah, you can't see the abutment from inside the pipe. I mean, there's nothing. What am I trying to say? There's no way to see anything on the back of the abutment from inside of that pipe. I guess is what I'm saying. So there's nothing to be gleaned by running a camera down there.
Okay.
Okay. And also, was that?
No, I mean, it's just, whether we ever return to this particular corner of the town to complete the project or not. I don't know if you've gotten any further ideas about whether it's worth doing or not.
I did. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
I did. When I was out there during that storm, and I've spent months and months and months out there. That is probably about the most water I've ever seen coming out of that pipe, and it was keeping up with what was coming down that thing. I mean, it was really flying out of there, but it was keeping up. It's not an ideal situation. You'd want a bigger pipe in there, so you don't have all that velocity and head shooting out of there. The riprap will now take care of that, but it's not the ideal situation, but I think you're going to be able to live with that pipe until such time that you can get it replaced and get it done right. You're not in dire straits with that thing in the way it is.
And your feeling is what you've built essentially can handle what the pipe is delivering.
Oh yeah, yeah. In fact, it was another nice thing that we got to see it in action.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, inside of that manhole covered section where the 4-foot pipe comes to the 24-inch pipe, are the centers of the pipes lined up or are the bottoms of the pipes lined up?
The bottoms of the pipes are both pretty close.
So basically, if the water is in that larger pipe, it will drain out through that.
Yeah, right. We don't want standing water in the manhole, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. That's why. Because
I
I know when they set up that, every intention was for that 4-foot pipe to continue through the wing wall.
Right.
And that's when that earlier contractor was threatened by the adjacent property owner.
Right.
And which started this whole expensive thing that David did.
The new 48-inch was probably built such that it came in at the same elevation as that pipe going out, so that you didn't have any kind of standing water in there. That's kind of standard procedure.
Well, it's good to hear.
Yeah.
But okay, yeah, I've expressed my displeasure before, as David did, on the heartburn on the amount of money that this cost, kind of from being paranoid, not the town being paranoid, and adjacent property owner being paranoid and suing contractors and spending a lot of the public's money. And it makes me furious too. But at least now we're fixed in the, it's not 48 inches, but it's pretty darn good. So thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this issue? Open it up, close it up.
So I'd like to make a motion to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of completion for the Pastori Bank stabilization project.
I'll second that.
Wonderful news. So we have a motion, Kohler, second, Goddard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Greg.
That's unanimous, and thank you.
Thanks a lot for your effort.
And now we have,
Since there may be contention on the Roosters, but there's not going to be any contention on 159 Willow, can we please get these people out of here so they can go to
well, we've got 5 on each. Is there going to be contention on the Willow one? I've heard nothing but contention earlier.
No contention. We have the staff report, which is going to lay out a series of steps that the building inspector is recommending. That is what we're asked to approve. I'm assuming that the folks that are here today have read the staff report, think the items are acceptable, seem to cover all of the items that they've raised before, and that have no objection to the date and timelines by which we will theoretically impose them.
Okay, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's hear the staff report. Sorry, Rooster people.
So
We'll
this
get
is
to you
a
next.
continuation of the cleanup of the property located at 159 Willow Avenue. At the last council meeting, council directed staff to go out to the property, make up a list of items that needed to be taken care of, and set timelines for those items to be taken care of. So that took place on October 28th. I went out there along with Linda Neal. We met with Roy Murren's sister, who is now helping him along with her brother to clean up the property. And we went through the whole property. We went in all the sheds and all the areas of the property. And so if you look here, you have the list of items, and then the time frame to complete those items, and then the warning that if those items are not taken care of, we will start issuing citations. So I'll answer any questions that you have about that.
Do these timelines run from today?
They run from the date of the letter that I sent to them, which I believe was
November 1.
Probably October 29th.
No, November 1.
Was it November 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
You have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah. The last item, I'm confused. Remove the wood stove from the family room. I was corrected last time and told it was a fireplace. What are we removing?
What it is it's a really old antique Ben Franklin stove. It's really a beautiful old stove, and somebody has converted it to use gas.
So it's not a fireplace, it's a wood stove?
It's a wood stove, and it's in the area of the existing fireplace. So that's what, that was the first time.
What was the fireplace?
It's right up next to where there was a fireplace. It's not actually in the fireplace. It's built on a hearth that comes out from the fireplace.
Okay, and if we remove the wood stove, could the fireplace still be used?
No, it's bricked up.
Okay. All right, and then my only other question is some of these things in the first set that say 60 days, some of those things, since we started this really a few months ago, I had kind of specifically requested that we make these things in shorter time frames, but I guess as long as this gets done.
It was just my feeling that as slow as it's going, that it was unrealistic to put a 30-day cap on it.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot of work on this list. Is 60 days or even 90 days realistic, in your opinion?
I think that he can get a lot done in the time frames that we have here.
Okay.
And the main thing we want to see is we want to see steady progress.
Agreed, yes.
So just on the wood stove, because that kind of seemed to be the precipitating violation or nuisance, that's out in the first 30-day period? Or is it out now? Or
It was not out when we were there, but the gas line was disconnected and capped.
Okay. And so as removal means that stove is disconnected from, I assume, a pipe that's running up through the chimney?
That's correct.
Okay, so that should be pretty easy to accomplish, I would think.
It's easy, except it looks like it's very, very heavy.
To move the stove? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well. And then do you have a timeline as far as your inspections are concerned? I mean, will you just go back at 30, 60, 90?
Yeah, we'll just go back in 30 days and see what's happened.
Okay, so if he's not meeting his timeline, I mean, maybe we should get a report from you at our next meeting so that there's some, we can track what's going on. Okay, if everything's good, then I guess we won't, no news would be good news, but if it's not happening, we need to know about it. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to to sort of measure the realism of this, and is the involvement of the brother and the sister a new involvement, or have they been working with
It's a
him over time?
new involvement. They haven't been involved. They called.
Okay.
His sister called me probably a week after the last council meeting and said that they were going to get together. But they've had a lot of family issues. I believe that Roy's sister passed away recently, and so the family has been dealing with that and that.
Okay. I just wanted to know if there was new support, or whether we were talking about the same story. Okay, thanks.
Actually, I would like to, if as Larry says, things are moving swimmingly, a report on consent would be appropriate so that we can track each and every one of these items as they go through. And if it's not getting done, then it's not on consent, please. Let's bring it back as a agenda item.
Okay.
Including the fines that you believe in your discretion should be levied or have been levied.
Okay. Any further questions here? Then I'd like to open it up to the public. Press button, please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Council. Stephen Vanny, 104 Chester Avenue. Also wanted to congratulate the folks that got reelected last night. I always question why, but thank you for running again.
You've been here yourself.
So the one thing that we in the neighborhood would like to see happen, this is great, and thank you, Mark, for all the hard work that you've done. This has been just a trying experience for anybody. But in the removal of the wood stove, I'd also like to see if we could remove the stack pipe, the flue for that wood stove. It just represents the possibility of something else going in. And that flue and the way it's set up is it's a fire danger. I mean, besides the fact that it's 6 inches away from a bay tree and has no CO capability of capturing any of the carbon monoxide that comes out of a wood burning stove, I'd like to see that put in, if that's at all possible. The timelines, we can just only hope. At least that's a start. Just not a lot has been done since we've been here for over the last couple of months. I mean, just really not a lot has happened. And on the 20th of last month, we had, at 2 o'clock in the morning, we had another smoke coming out of the fireplace. So it's just, it's good to hear that it's been disconnected, but that's just the gas line. That doesn't mean you can't start a fire in the fireplace because, like I said, on the 20th, and I alerted Mark the day after that at 2 o'clock in the morning, there was another, had to close the doors down. We're very hopeful, and we really, the neighbors really appreciate all that you guys have done because it's at least it's a start, and we're getting somewhere, and hopefully this will light a fire under them and get this stuff taken care of. So.
Well, we thought about adding the flue, but I believe that people are allowed to have EPA-rated wood stoves.
So perhaps I can clarify. Having not been there, I'm sure it's not an EPA-certified stove.
The one that's there is not.
Right. And from what Mr. Vanny's saying, this is probably a flue that has never been maintained. It's a problem. And in our town code even, I believe, there's a provision, if I recall correctly, where the town adopted the idea of removing any type of stuff for wood burning that wouldn't meet the EPA certification. So if the flue is a fire hazard, I mean, we can just forget about certified devices or anything like that. I think it should be added. We're creating a fire hazard for the house, for the neighbors, and so can't we send a clarifying letter that said that should be removed? And maybe that takes more time than 30 days.
We can do that.
That just makes sense, because I think everybody's worried about fire and
right, and there are EPA, wood burning stoves, but that also comes with a special type of flue system. and this would not, and I just, like I said, it is, just saturated black all around the where it comes out. And it's a device that goes with the wind, so whatever direction that wind's going, and it's always coming uphill, and it comes right into the house. So it's just, if we could, even if it's just capped off at some height, just to have a cap on it, I would feel much better about it. And again, because even though we've gone 2 meetings saying please do not use that stove, it's been used again, and I just so I think we'd all feel better if it was just out of harm's way and capped off. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else looking to speak on this item? At this point, then, I'd close the public hearing.
Do we need to give a direction on this, council, or are we merely, since this was a discussion and consideration of status?
Yeah, I think we're fine. We understand what to come back with on December, and we're adding the flu and we're capping the flu, removal of the flu. So I think we're fine.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yes. Let's do number 23, discussion consideration of regulations regarding roosters within the town limits. And this has planning director's name on it for the report, so you don't want to fill his shoes?
Sure. For the recommendation, we're asking the council to discuss, consider regulations regarding roosters within the town limits and direct staff how to proceed with regarding to a few options. Option 1 is modify the town code to ban roosters within the town of Fairfax. That is actually, from a code enforcement perspective, the easiest to enforce. Town attorney suggests if you go down this route or pick this option, one option is you could grandfather in existing roosters, and if they violate, then they would have to remove them in the future. That's just one option. Option number 2 has to do with continuing our current enforcement practice, but direct staff to make modifications to town code, which will allow us to issue a citation to the owner if we receive 2 complaints from 2 different locations within a 2-week period, and to find intermittent noise as more than 4 crows in a 15-minute period. And for this, what this does from a staff perspective, it just makes it easier in terms of enforcement. It makes more clarity of what actually constitutes the violation. Plus, if we could rely on the 2 complaints, I won't have to have staff go out there to verify it in person. It takes a lot of time. Plus, the example is Mark had to be out there at 6 a.m. in the morning to listen to the rooster crow. And then 3 is we just maintain the current practice of how everything works. In terms of background, this response or this item came up due to direction to council to look into the matter based on complaints from various neighbors, residents. In general, we rely on the Fairfax Municipal Code in terms of enforcement, and that's where we have the intermittent noise requirement. And in this case, Mark just makes a call based on his experience how many crows is too much over a 15-minute period. In terms of other municipalities, we surveyed all the towns in Marin County, found only the county allows it in agricultural zones. Town attorneys pointed us to the city of Calamasa, who actually has had the requirement of the 2 complaints from 2 separate people. They actually ban roosters now. And again, really from strictly a code enforcement perspective, easier to ban it. But if you would like to continue the practice, we like to set parameters so it's easier to define what is a violation. As a matter of practice, we pretty much issue a written warning, give the owner 30, 60 days to comply before we would consider citations. One suggestion is if we do something, we modify the ordinance, that maybe in 6 months we can come back to the council with a report on how well things are going, one way or the other. Anyway, that concludes the staff report.
Okay. Plenty of people want to speak on this.
Just a quick question. In option 2, what happens after the second, wait, where is it? When 2 complaints are received, what is it, like a 3 strikes you're out kind of thing?
No, what it means, if we get 2 written complaints from 2 different residents within a time frame, that would constitute prima facie evidence that there's a violation. And then we could rely on that rather than the staff going out listening to the rooster violating the ordinance.
Okay, I guess then I'm not understanding what happens then after there's a violation.
Oh, what happens is we would send them a written warning that would indicate your rooster has violated whatever section, the typical letter, and you have 30 to 60 days to correct the situation. Then we would ask them to comply or possibility of a citation. Typically, if you cite someone, maybe at some point they decide that they'll get rid of their rooster, but if they don't, you can continue citations or perhaps do a nuisance abatement hearing, but then that would force them, because you'd probably, if they still didn't want to get rid of your rooster, perhaps you'd have to go to court to get rid of the rooster. But our understanding from other communities is once you start the citation, usually it gets too expensive, then the owner will find another home for their rooster.
Thank you.
Okay, yes? Barbara?
I was just wondering, when you were considering the options, you know, these are birds, so if they're covered within, you know, certain times, they will sleep, and so they won't be crowing at, you know, normal times when most people are sleeping. No. Anyway, so my question is, did we consider in this option also making some changes to the miscellaneous animal control regulations, which is in chapter 6.16, where we would have something, there's discussion of where you can have fowl, you know, where they can live, not next to certain things. But I was just wondering if we would have something as part of this option where they would just be covered from, I don't know what times, but something that makes sense so that they wouldn't be crowing at 4 in the morning.
I think from the staff perspective, we kind of wanted to keep it simple. If the issue is the noise, it'd be up to the owners to figure out how to keep the noise down. If that's storing your rooster inside in a soundproof room or a blanket over the top and that worked, that would be fine, but staff didn't want to be in position to have to see if someone was doing that correctly, and if it didn't work, what else there could be. It pretty much is, we wanted to put it on the owner of the rooster to comply, and that would be keeping your rooster quiet through whatever means possible.
Yeah, I think that makes sense rather than trying to micromanage.
Thanks.
But are there any other clarifying questions here from the council? Then I'd like to open it up to the public for comment. So if you have something to say, start crowing.
Who's the complainant here? Who's got the problem? On Sequoia? Who brought this up?
If you'd like to comment on this issue that we're talking about, which is the regulation of roosters, pro or con, please approach the podium and say who you are and say what you'd like to say.
Peter Verdone, 126 Spruce Road. I don't own roosters. I'm not having a problem with the roosters right now. I've got 2 neighbors within close proximity that do have roosters. My reason for being here is that I don't believe that living in a homogenized community is a very good community to live in. There's a reason why I live in Fairfax, and what drew me to Fairfax. I don't want Fairfax to become another track mansion, Plainsville, whatever land out there. I appreciate the color and flavor that we have, and that people here used to at least live the way they wanted to live, and that's going away. That's something that I believe is disappearing in this town. The neighbors that I have that keep roosters bring a lot to my neighborhoods, and they're valuable members of what I consider the local community. Right down this, they were here earlier. They had to go because, we're getting on very late at night, and it's weeded out a lot of people here that were here earlier. They bring a lot to my area, and I've had my run-ins with neighbors that didn't like what I did. But personally, I have dogs that bark, and that's a nuisance to some people. Rather than having blanket restrictions on things, a neighbor that I particularly had a problem with recently, or had a problem with me recently with my dogs, came to my door, and we resolved the particular issue that they were having. Not universally, but with a particular part of the problem that was particularly egregious to them, and I was able to figure out a solution that worked for both of us. But it didn't put a blanket limitation on what I'm doing. You know, I understand this is a concern for some people acutely, but I also believe that there's just room for a little discomfort, and we have to put up with things within our communities so that we can have good ones, good communities. And that's just what I wanted to say, that I appreciate my neighbors that are different than me and do different things, and prefer to work things out one-on-one and all that. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it speaks to a lot, especially some of the earlier discussions we've had on other things.
I am Ronnie Cohen. I live on Live Oak Avenue, and I am not as evolved as the prior speaker. I live in Fairfax for the quiet, and I work at home, and I live on a hillside, and I can't confront my neighbors about the roosters because I hear roosters all day long crowing, and I have no idea of where they're coming from. I'm told that there are some on Willow. I don't know where they are. I'd have to hire a private investigator to find those roosters. I have no idea. I think that there are zoning rules that say that roosters in general should be in agricultural areas, and in fact, when I realized that there were roosters here, I thought, that couldn't possibly be legal. And I looked at the zoning code, and in fact, it is legal. We have agricultural areas, and that is where the roosters should be. And I know that's not tolerant in a big way, but that is why we have zoning, and that's why I'm only allowed to have one unit at my house, and you asked for a deed restriction so that I couldn't have a second unit. So in the same way that I can't have my second unit because there's not enough parking on my street, there's too much noise from roosters to have them in our suburban neighborhoods. So I would appreciate it if we could just get rid of them and not waste staff's time checking up on them at 4 or 6 in the morning. I hear them all afternoon. Thank you.
My name is Queenelle Minet, and I live at 51 Ridge Road. I am 69 years old, and I really need to get a good night's sleep in order to maintain my health and to not just feel tired all day. And yet, for the last year and a half, I've been waked up over and over again between 4 and 6 a.m. by the loud, shrill, and repetitive crowing of the rooster, which is kept right across the fence, very close to my partner and my bedroom. And I'm even waked up in the afternoon if I try to take a nap by this very loud rooster. Now, my partner and I really care about our relationship with our neighbors. And for that reason, we didn't even mention this problem for a really long time. But then we heard from the neighbors or I heard through my partner, that the rooster had been killed by a bobcat. And so I said, wait a minute, here's the opportunity. So I immediately went and I talked to my neighbor and I said, please don't get another rooster. It has been waking us up, and I would be willing to buy you any and all little chicks that you need to keep up your hen group if you would just please not get another rooster. And she said that she would be willing to do that. And for about 4 months, we had quiet. And then suddenly there's another rooster. And so I said, well, what about this? And I don't know why she changed her mind. All she said was, well, roosters are legal in Fairfax. And she also added that if I didn't like it, I should move to Mill Valley. Now, does that mean that you all on this board wouldn't mind being waked up, that the ordinary Fairfax person doesn't mind being waked up before 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning? I wonder what you all would think about that if you had a rooster right across the street from your bedroom. Not across the street, across the fence. So anyway, we knew that we could file a complaint based on the noise ordinance. But we take filing a complaint against our neighbor really seriously because that makes your neighbor an enemy. So we spent more months trying to work this out with our neighbor. I went to her and I said, look, you've got this rooster parked right across the property line. How about moving it to the other side of the property over the hill? No. And then she said, I will get rid of this rooster if you pay me $500. Okay, at that point we got mad and we filed a complaint. And Mark Lockaby came up at 6:30 in the morning. And fortunately, the rooster crowed its head off, and he was able to say it violated the noise ordinance. However, tomorrow the 30 days are up, and that rooster is still there. And I don't really trust that the neighbors, I mean, yeah, he can write a citation. He says it takes him 2 hours to do it. This is, I mean, yeah, neighbors should get along. But what happens when they can't? What happens when your neighbor just doesn't give a damn about whether their rooster wakes you up? So I think that they should be banned because the rooster, the noise ordinance is animal specific. In this particular case, if she gets rid of this rooster, a couple of months later she can get another one and the whole thing will start over again. Staff will have to come up there and blah, blah. You know, so that's all. I'm just really upset about it.
My name's Rob Nye, and I'm Quinnell Monet's partner. I live at 51 Ridge Road. I just want to add a couple of things. When the rooster crows, it crows intermittently. It's not like it goes off, you wake up, and then you drift off back to sleep. And if this happens at 4:30 in the morning, and you don't have to get up until 8, you're constantly awakened. And if it happens every day, then you're losing hours and hours of sleep, and that's sleep deprivation. And that's pretty detrimental to health. The other thing is that this idea of having 2 complaints can work in certain areas, but our next door neighbor that has the rooster basically across a fence under our master bedroom has a 4.5 acre piece of property. We have 1.5 acres. The nearest neighbor that could hear the rooster, we have a map, we're happy to supply it to you all, is considerably farther away. The radius of neighbors are so much farther away compared to the 100 yards or so where this rooster is stationed and where we're sleeping. So it makes it pretty difficult in our situation to get a second opinion, and we would, or a second complaint. So I just wanted to point out those 2 things, and like Quinnell said, we have really gone to the mat talking to our neighbors and trying to come to an agreeable solution to this problem. I think one of you brought up last time a little bit of, hey, guys, why don't you get your act together and get along as neighbors. We have. We've really made the attempt to do this, and we're suffering. and we'd like something done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diane Rudden, and I do not live in town, but I have 3 properties on Main Court, and I have tenants. And they do not know where the roosters are, but they are complaining to me. And I think Fairfax has to realize that they are not an agricultural zone. When I was growing up in a very small town in Oregon, somebody gave me 2 little banties. And my brother disliked me immensely because it was his bedroom that was by the rooster. The man next door disliked it even more. I was in the front of the house. I didn't hear it. Those chickens disappeared. I don't know what happened to them. But we moved to a place that had over an acre of land, and once again, I had chickens. But there was enough room. Everybody had 1, 3, or 5 acres. They were out in the very back, and nobody heard them. Roosters crow when they want to crow. And I don't think, unless you can keep them in your own house in the garage, that you can prevent them from doing what they do naturally. So that the town staff doesn't have to show up at 4:30, 5, or 6 in the morning, I think it might be the best thing to do is to try just a ban for a while and see if it works. Oops. Sorry.
Joanne Perez, 128 Cascade Drive. Okay, not all roosters are the same. Some of them crow a lot, some of them hardly crow. Little banty roosters don't crow very loud, big ones crow. I don't think a ban is appropriate. Roosters have always been legal in Fairfax. I've had them for 35 years. I've never had a complaint. Never had a complaint in 35. I started out with 6 roosters, people. You guys shouldn't have moved to Fairfax knowing roosters were legal if you didn't like the sound of them. And 53 Ridge Road is a friend of mine. 53 Ridge Road is a friend of mine. She's had geese and roosters, chickens for years and years, and these people just moved in. The realtor told them that chickens were illegal. She's had them for years. It's like, moving next to an airport and then complaining about the airplanes. I don't know, people. I don't think banning them is fair to the people and the roosters in town who've never had a complaint. And, I think proposal number 2 is probably the best after 2 complaints, written complaints. But roosters, when they do crow, when they have their little crowing sessions, they'll crow more than 4 times. So I think you should change that to maybe 8 times in 15 minutes. Is there? That would be fair. Geez Louise. Oh, God, what else? Anything else you want to know about roosters? What I used to do, because it drives me nuts too, at night I put them in a wooden box with a top, but they can't stand up. So I and I weight the top down so they cannot stand up and really belt it out. They'll still try to, but it's not very loud. And then they're in a chicken house. But the neighbors who have a problem with the rooster during the day, perhaps the owners of those roosters can put acrylic siding on their runs. Can close their runs, it's clear and make it a little soundproof. The runs are where they're in the day. And there are things that can be done. We don't have to ban the roosters. Chickens are the most abused animal in the world. Let's not follow suit and abuse the male part of the chicken in town. It's not fair. Anyway, I have geese. I have 2 roosters right now. I don't have any complaints. I don't know what to tell you. The Cascades, they've had complaints of roosters up there, I know, but it seems that the neighbors have worked it out for the most part. The police department doesn't even feel that they need to be banned. Has anyone talked to the chief? They weren't for the ban. Anyway, if you have any rooster questions, please feel free to call me. I don't think a ban is fair at all. I know you guys have problems. I don't think you should have moved to Fairfax knowing that they're illegal, and they've always been legal in the town that's incorporated since 1930, so, you know. Oh, I don't think so. My great-grandmother ran 100 chickens.
Joanne, can I just ask you, could you just, because I think there's a lot of misinformation, and it would just very succinctly let us know what is the value of the rooster? That it would be something besides sentimental or discrimination that we would want to be able to have roosters here. Just very like.
There's no value. It's a pet unless you want to. In the old days, they needed the rooster to impregnate the hens, and so that you'd have chicks. Now you can just go buy the chicks. Unfortunately, when you buy the chicks, they're only guaranteed 90% female, so I ended up with 2 roosters right now, unintentionally. But you don't need the roosters. You don't need a dog. You don't need a cat. You don't need a bird. You know, it's just, they end up being pets. A lot of them. They're very nice animals, most of them. But they are, as I say, some of them crow louder than others, some of them crow more often. There's a scale. It's like everything else, a lot of dogs bark all the time, some hardly bark at all. It's just, that's why it's not fair to ban all roosters, because they're not all the same. Anyway, sorry for your problems, but I don't know what a solution is, but I don't think it's fair to the roosters or their owners that don't have a problem.
Can I ask a question? Isn't it true that we're having a complaint-based system, and even if there's a ban, if nobody's complaining, Mark's not going to go around red tagging boosters?
No, that's why the recommendation, your second recommendation is fair. Just you have to have 2 written complaints, but raise that 4 crows for 15 minutes to at least 8. That's only fair to the rooster.
So perhaps, Mr. Mayor, I think we get the gist of the comments, so maybe council might want to close the public portion and have a discussion.
Yeah, okay, so.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. So there's no other members of the public to speak on this? Oh, sorry. No other members of the public to speak on this, so I guess I'll close this public section and bring it back to us. Yeah, maybe I should say that 20 years ago, I had a rooster that crowed once or twice a day at 2 in the afternoon. I thought it was the best rooster around. I'm sorry.
Where did you live?
The city of Berkeley. And I have no idea whether it was legal or not, but it seemed all right. Let me see. I guess that was 30 years ago, come to think of it. Yeah, I think we need to work out something that's practical, that works. I mean, I've also received many emails, as I think everybody on this council has, pro and con rooster. I think sleep deprivation is very real, but I've also heard arguments that actually, if there isn't a rooster, then sometimes hens can try to take that role and act like a rooster. And we are a complaint-based enforcement system, so maybe there's a creative place that we can work from there. What do my colleagues think about this? I'm not supposed to talk as the mayor first anyway, so.
Okay.
And I hope we follow that next year.
We'll see. I got to tell you, when Heidi and I were looking around for a house to move from the city, looking, San Anselmo, the less expensive parts of San Rafael, and then finally, unfortunately, and luckily, Fairfax. One of the things I observed when I moved here was that we were making an interesting social compact. I didn't know that much about Marin. And the social compact was, we are going to live generally, the more middle class of us, cheek by jowl. And in many of our neighborhoods, my heavens, if somebody has a cold and sneezes, you're going to turn to the wall and say, Gesundheit. And you give up a lot of liberty when you have that. What is the trade-off? The trade-off is called the GGNRA, the Point Reyes National Seashore, and on and on and on. The great, extraordinary open spaces that when I was growing up on the East Coast, not everybody, but you had much more space, individual space. Here we've traded that. We have great public space. But we choose. This town was built, and you see the houses much more constrained and close to one another, your neighborhood, my neighborhood. This is the dumbest thing I've heard all night, and it's been an extraordinary night. I will not vote to have a rooster in this town any more than when we had that cockamamie issue a couple of years ago with the knuckleheaded woman with the huge pigs walking down the street. We make trade-offs. We choose to give up certain parts of our liberty to live in concert and to complement our neighborhoods. The thought that a 69-year-old woman and her partner are not getting adequate sleep because somebody chooses to have a rooster is absolutely absurd to me. I hear them too. They come across the valley, but where I live, they're not a nuisance. I hear them. But this, I get what you're saying, that it's been around for a while. I understand the gentleman in the middle who's saying, a much more, if I could characterize it as a libertarian point of view. But there is no way that I'm voting for anything but they're gone. And the motion can be made however it is. But my vote on this is that they're not. We cannot have them here. That's it.
All right.
I don't think we should ban them. And I think there's a middle ground. I don't think the complaint-based system should require two separate residences. I think if you get two complaints from two people, that's a complaint, whether it's from one household or not. That's going to address your immediate problem. It sounds like you do have a problem with that rooster that needs to be addressed. And if we do our job correctly in drafting this ordinance, it'll get done. And I'd like to give that a chance before we ban roosters. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think we should look at it again in 6 months. But again, my suggestion would be that in drafting this thing, it's, let me just take a look at it. It would say written affirmation by two persons. We strike the words having separate residences. The violation of this section disturbs the peace and quiet. I mean, that's per se violation. If it's not being handled, they're going to get cited. And let's see if that works before we banish the rooster from Fairfax forever.
And I wanted to know, just to understand the numbers that we're talking about in terms of our town's resources being used to deal with complaints about roosters. How many, do we have any idea on record, how many have we ever gotten in terms of how many times have you had to go out to a residence to listen to a rooster crow?
Well, from my recollection, there's been about 4 before the 2 that we're dealing with now. But in the past, when we let people know that they weren't allowed because they're too noisy, they got rid of them. It's just been, we've had these 2 trouble properties where there's one at 135 Manor where they have chickens in a chicken coop, and they have a huge rat problem, and it's just a big mess for the neighborhood, and they just have ignored all of our letters. We thought that they had complied because we didn't get any more complaints, but we recently found out that they had not complied with anything. And then the one up on Ridge also, where the neighbors tried to work it out for quite a while. So and then Willow just came in recently. We started getting complaints that there's roosters in the Willow neighborhood, but we don't know where they're at. That's one of the problems. The people hear them, but they don't know where they are, so we don't have a way to, I have to go out and find them.
So yeah, I mean, I'm going to go along with what Larry's saying, but I do think it's really important that we craft this properly and that we make sure that it's as little excess staff time as possible, and that you receive some support for the situation you're in, which is unconscionable, and appreciate your sharing it, and I'm sorry for your trouble.
All right. Do you have a 2 cents?
Yeah, quick. I would agree with what Councilmember Bragman suggested, and then we revisit it in 6 months. I don't think that will address the problem that members of the public raised here where they don't know where the roosters are, and Mark brought up as well. But I think it's worth a try, and maybe we can get some of these more contentious problems, such as the 2 folks are here tonight, dealt with, and maybe the ones where we can't necessarily find them aren't as much of a problem. Maybe they're further away.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, if people are complaining about them, then that's it. I mean, I've got chickens adjacent to my backyard. They had a rooster for a while that they were unhappy with too. They were losing sleep themselves, so it was. They got rid of the rooster, and everybody was happy. However, as we've heard with other nuisance abatement hearings tonight, some people are better neighbors than others, and sometimes that carries over to roosters. And I think in crafting something, we have to do something that works in a practical way without costing a lot of staff time, and trying to give people tools to live together better as neighbors. You know, yeah, well, I think what we're doing right now is talking as a council right now, and so that if you want to talk about it with each other outside, that's fine, but let's deal with this as a public matter here. Which we have to follow this process. It makes it sane. Yeah, I think we have to come up with something that works. And if somebody's not paying attention to what their neighbors' needs and complaints are, then there has to be a remedy for that situation. But I think banning them all together is not something that I can feel comfortable with at this point either. Is there a suggested motion?
Well, I'd like to ask our town attorney, what's the quickest way to get this regulation enforceable? Do we have to go through the formal adoption process to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so could we have the ordinance on our next agenda? Doesn't look like it's a real tough one.
It's okay with you?
Sure. It's 2 complaints. Sorry. 2 complaints from 2 individuals, and we have 4 crows in 15 minutes. That's fine by the council.
Well, a single person living in a house. Where do you get your second complaint?
Well, according to this, we'd have to get a second complaint from someone within a 2-week period. They could be in the same household, it sounds like.
They get a witness.
Yeah.
Is what they do. So
that would be the obvious thing that I would do.
They would get a witness. You would have to have a guest over who could verify that it's a problem, and at that point, you've got a valid complaint.
Do we have to vote on whether to move forward with the crafting of an ordinance?
You need to give direction.
Yeah.
Can we vote on giving direction?
You can.
Did somebody make a motion so that I can vote against it?
Sure, I'll do that. So my motion would be that the town attorney draft an ordinance based on the noise abatement and control language that is included in the packet under Chapter 8.15 from Calamasa, that incorporates the language that written affirmation by 2 persons that violation of this section disturbs the peace and quiet of said persons shall be prima facie evidence of a violation of this section. And you can pretty much add the introductory language to it, which I didn't read. So that's on page 11 of 17 to the attachment.
I'm going to second Councilmember Bragman's motion.
Okay, so we have.
Before we do that, do you understand the direction
I believe so,
requested?
yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah. What?
No, we're not
No,
going to be
we're not.
counting crows. All
Yeah.
all it's going to
We're gonna-
require is complaint from 2 people.
What if the neighbor just doesn't like the neighbor next door and just complaining just for the heck of complaining?
Well, that's
something-
bad faith, and
yeah,
we're not
it
going to be
is.
able to eliminate that by statute.
So we have a motion. Bragman.
Yeah, we have a second.
Goddard.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, let's just take a vote, or better yet, let's have the mayor decide.
Well, if you want to have your name down, how many people are in favor of this?
Aye.
Aye. No, okay, so we have 4 in favor, 1 against. And if you'd like your name on the against, yeah.
It's on the record.
Yeah, it's on the record. So there we have it. It is now 10 of 12, and thank you very much for hearing this out. And I guess it'll be back next month. And we have
Sorry, if you could go back to the public hearings and hear building and fire code
Yes,
issues?
I think that's what we need to do tonight, right?
Right.
That's correct.
So if we are deciding to suspend the after 11:30 rule, then we are deciding that at this point. Do we need to vote on that? Okay. All right, so we have surplus property, which has been continued a couple of times already.
You can, I recommend you can continue that again, as well as the,
Yeah,
as well as the calendar for next year. We'll bring it back. to
Council
December.
meeting schedule, we could probably deal with that. But we do have the building code update and the fire code update.
Second.
We discussed continuing, okay, so.
Garbage.
We're going to go through 27, 28, and 5, 10, 11, all of these items that we added, that we pulled off consent. So we've got the 2 public hearings. Could we take off item 20, potentially continue that? And can we continue the approval of the town council meetings scheduled for calendar year 2014? And maybe take items 5, 10, and 11 and move those to December?
27 and 28.
Yeah, I think number 11 is got some time connected to it.
You can continue that to December, I think, number 11.
Well, if it means we don't get any bike racks.
I think there'll probably be funding available. And if you continue number 10 regarding posting and signage, I think that's
Signs for
fine.
projects in the town's
Right,
commercial
I think
zones.
That's fine. And then I think the issue is number 5. Yeah, that just really, it's the work plan that, well, I would like approval to be able to do the agreement. If you'd like to hold off on doing the work plan, that's a different issue. But it'd be good to get the agreement to the county. They like the agreement by mid-November, so it'd be good to approve the agreement.
Mhm. All right, well, maybe we can whip through these pretty quick. We have
The second reading should
27,
be quick.
28 we have to do.
Yeah, I think I recommend, you don't necessarily, you could have a quick staff report, but it's just a second reading, so it's more of a formality unless you have
On
issues.
which are you talking?
For 27 and 28, that's noise ordinance and the mandatory commercial recycling ordinance.
And what about continuing item 20?
And
That's the recycling.
Yeah, 20 is the front load compactor. You can continue that, or that's really a 1 minute item, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we could get a lot of things done fast if we tried. Okay, well, we can just go straight down, or we could get the building codes things first. What do you think?
Let's do 18.
Let's 18 is the building codes first. Good with people? Okay. Introduction, first reading by the title only of Ordinance 773 to adopt the California Building Standards Code of 2013, which is the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Parts 1, 2, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 12, which consists of the California Administrative Building, Residential, Electrical, Mechanical, Plumbing, Energy, Historical Building, Existing Building, Green Building Standards, and Reference Standards Codes, and adopting the 2012 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code. Mark, do you want to take this away a little bit?
Sure. So every 3 years, the state of California updates the building codes, mechanical codes, all of the codes which make up Title 24. When I first came here and the first time we had the code adoptions, the town of Fairfax had very few amendments to most of the codes here except for the fire code. And we're continuing with those amendments. Basically, it requires people to hook into the sewer. They can't have a septic system. We're making it so that swimming pools need to be protected so that children can't fall in them at all times. And we also require a Class A roof. The new amendment this year that we're recommending is to adopt the energy code with the addition, let's see, I'm getting tired, I don't stay up this late. Yeah, that'll be tomorrow morning. So we're recommending, I spoke with Jim Moore quite a bit, and we're recommending that we adopt the Tier 1 mandatory measures for the Green Building Code. And that's about it for the ones that we typically carry forward.
Mark, did you say something about the energy code? Or green building?
Green building.
Okay.
As part of the Green Building Code, though, we are not increasing the requirements for energy. Okay. So the other amendments are, the attorney this year decided that since there are chapters in the building code that are the same in the fire code, that the fire code amendments should also be in the building code. So the code sections that are exactly the same in the fire code are going to have the same amendments as the fire code.
Could you explain that?
So Chapter 9, which have to do with sprinkler systems, is exactly the same in the building code as it is in the fire code. And our attorney felt that it would be a conflict if we had the building code without the amendments and then had the fire code with the amendments. So the recommendation was to have the same amendments that are in the fire code in the chapter in the building code that is the same as the fire code, and it has to do with sprinkler systems.
So it would just be found in the building code and not the fire code?
No, it'd be in both.
It'd be a duplication.
Yes.
Okay.
Be duplicated both places.
Right. Got it.
So that's about it.
I've got a question on
Okay.
page 5, newly created second units. can we, when we're legalizing existing units, it seems to me, let me just get to the point. I think it should say newly constructed second units instead of newly created second units. Because we're having a very difficult time bringing these second units into our housing stock, bringing them in from the cold, legalizing them, because of the really fairly onerous regulation or obligation to sprinkle them. And they're already inhabited, they're already in use, as are the master unit that they are accessory to. So that is something that's a concern to me. So
I think we've talked about it, and maybe the chief can chime in, but I think we addressed that last time with the amnesty ordinance, but it was a short-term period to allow those units to become legal and to exempt it from the sprinkler requirement. Although right now, how it's worded, without that amnesty ordinance, they would have to put a sprinkler in.
Well, correct. I think the discussion we had, the last amnesty ordinance did not address the fire sprinklers, but if that's something you wanted to do, you could do it through an amnesty ordinance. And for the members, the council members who were here last time when we adopted the fire code, there was a lengthy discussion over this. And what was crafted here was, as a result of that, and had to do with, establishing, the different areas of town that this would apply to. So it's not all newly created second units. And there's a map that addresses where those are. So the decision of the council the last time was, the way the map is, the properties in the lower lying areas closer to the core, that would not apply. But as you get up into the wildland urban interface or farther from the core, the fire sprinkler requirement would be there. The thought of having fire sprinklers for a newly created second unit is that I understand if it's already there, it's there, but they are creating a unit that wasn't legally there before. That is the time to require the fire sprinklers, just like with the substantial remodel. So that was the mindset and the thought of the council 3 years ago.
yeah, and maybe we should just take it up in the amnesty ordinance when we deal with that. I mean, the hour is very late and it's a complicated subject, so I'm fine kicking that can down the road.
Well,
but I'm just saying it's an issue, and
can we
need to
effectively
deal
do
with
that through that? I mean, it really comes down to what our definition of newly created means. I mean, if it's taking something that already exists, that already has people living in it, in whatever condition it is, and we're trying to get some of the conditions better by legalizing it, and also, conforming with a lot of things in the general plan. But if that never happens because somebody has to pay another $20,000 for, water service to run the sprinklers, it's a deal killer.
Yep, it is, and that's...
So if we were trying to address it at the amnesty level, but we had already approved this, are we hobbling ourselves when we get to the amnesty thing?
No, because the map itself lays out where you don't require sprinklers if you're not in the urban
So the
wild-based
amnesty
area.
is only going to work in that area of the map?
The amnesty can work in the other areas of the map, right? However the council decides it wants to apply the amnesty, like we did last
I think
time.
it's a legal question. I mean, really, can we exempt it from this, requirement in our amnesty for an existing second unit that we're trying to legalize? Can we amnesty, or can we eliminate this condition is what I'm saying. I mean, we've mapped out the areas where we want structures sprinkled. Okay, in this ordinance or part of this ordinance, there's a map that specifically shows where the wildfire urban interface is. So I'm just saying, for those units that we're trying to bring in from the cold and amnesty, they're already inhabited, they're already constructed, they're already in use. As part of the amnesty to try to bring these units into our housing census, can we exempt them from this requirement or not? Is that something we can do if we pass this with the wording that is suggested here?
How is the amnesty program implemented?
By a separate ordinance. We would pass a separate ordinance to address second unit amnesty. So it would have equal dignity with this. It's not going to incorporate state code.
Right.
So that's the dilemma.
How can you have an amnesty for something that's newly created? An amnesty is something for a sin already committed.
Correct. Correct. And it would be restricted to that. That's why I'm saying my preference would be for newly constructed second units.
Because then it's clear, because newly created could be construed as you are creating it by legalizing something that exists already. That's certainly the way it has been. Well, that's been the way it's been interpreted.
So that's why I'm saying I just as soon deal with it when everybody's fresher, but
we need to do something.
Yeah, are we going to be stuck?
Right.
So I think in our discussion, we believe that if you adopt it as the way it is with amnesty ordinance, you could accomplish what you like.
That's the official 12 o'clock word.
At 12:04, that is our official recommendation.
Okay.
I have two questions. So thank you, David. So my concern is about detached structures such as detached garages. I'm not sure that I understand what this is saying. So it says every newly constructed building and facility in two places, and then it has exceptions. And I don't know, freestanding group U occupancies not more than 1,000 square feet. I guess my concern is, I understand having an attached garage with sprinkler system, but not necessarily a detached garage. And the way, maybe at 12 o'clock or earlier today when I was reading this, my understanding is this would require a sprinkler system in a detached garage, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
A detached garage less than 1,000 square feet, not in the wildland urban interface, would not require fire sprinklers.
Okay, but what
That's
if
what a U
what if it
occupancy
was in the interface?
Yes, but that's in another code that was adopted back in 2007.
Okay, but I realize it's midnight, but I've been working on this and I've had concerns about this. And having sat on the Planning Commission, this is an expensive proposition for a garage. And so sometimes it can be a killer for a project. And so I understand an attached garage, I get that. I'm just wondering why we're so concerned about a garage needing sprinklers.
The reason it's in the wildland interface code has to do with the fire spreading from that, a fire starting in the garage, spreading from the garage into the wildland urban interface, as compared to in a residential structure, occupied structure, it's more of a life safety. So I would agree the fact that fire sprinklers being required in a detached garage does not have the same life safety issue immediately as you would in a residential structure. But the thought when it was adopted, I believe in 2007, was that it could be the fire that spreads to the wildland.
So
if you're creating a new,
with a shed, then just if you have a shed, you're requiring sprinklers. If it's in the wildland land interface, urban interface area, correct?
Currently, yes.
And those have been really killers of projects.
And it would be a shed, not, and Mark can speak on to what would be a building rather than just a shed.
Well, you know, a constructed shed, it's not something you buy at Sears.
So it would have to be over 120 square feet.
And help me, what is 120 square feet? Is this big in this building? I don't know what that is.
It's 10 by 12.
10 feet by 12 feet.
About maybe half the distance of the podium, and
Okay, well,
it's a small, very small building.
okay, I'm not going to hold up this because it's really late, but I am really concerned about that, and it has killed projects. I think the detached garage, the shed, of a sufficient size should not require sprinkling.
So,
Sprinklers.
Barbara, can I just comment really quickly on that? Is that in Fairfax, what I mostly notice is that there aren't a lot of cars in garages, but there's a lot of paint and there's a lot of flammable, maybe hazardous waste that sits in there until they get around to dealing with it. So I think if it's up against the wildland, I think it may even be more of a source of fuel for fire than even in a residence might be. But I hear the dilemma.
Okay. I mean, those are my concerns. I'm not going to hold this up, but it does disturb me that we are getting to this at midnight because I've been worried about this for quite a while. I have another question that's completely separate. I'm wondering, when we were adopting the Cal Green Tier 1 mandatory measures, why we decided to exclude the energy efficiency provisions. I looked at them, and what would have been helpful in this packet is to have them there. I had to hunt on the internet to find them, and they didn't seem to be. Really
They're not, and most jurisdictions would like to add those. The Energy Commission does not allow us to. We have to go through a pretty extensive process to prove that we really need that, and so most jurisdictions are, I don't know of any jurisdictions that are going through that process. And it's
we could adopt them to supplement this. We could adopt those standards probably after this too. I mean, I think if we wanted to beef it up.
To do the green building.
That's fine. It just what would have maybe helped me understand that is maybe just a sentence explaining that, and then I wouldn't have been hunting all over the internet because they seem to make a lot of sense to me. So I think it's something when we eventually do a green building ordinance, we should really look at including those measures potentially.
We have the county green building ordinance that I know has been on Jim's wish list.
Yeah, no, it's something that.
That's the burst one. That's been pretty much everybody's. Well, most of the jurisdictions are reverting to the building code, to the Cal Green.
Just those 10 meetings I attended, co-chairing that was a bit of a waste.
Yep.
One other question on the building code thing, which is your final Jeopardy question of the night on page 8. It's the plumbing code. Fairfax doesn't require a sewer hookup if you, I think, are more than 200 or 300 feet away from a established sewer.
200 feet. Yeah, I have those conditions here.
Is that still included in this?
Yes.
Okay. Because we've got a whole swath of Cascade that's still on septic. You know, the outer end of Cascade is not.
Hey, we should do that again.
No, they didn't want to do it.
They didn't?
They didn't.
No. Too bad we had so much fun doing it.
We'll have fun again.
Yeah.
So anyway, so those exemptions are built in. I mean, I didn't track down the code section, so you're.
Yeah, they're built into the section on sewers in the plumbing code.
Thank you.
Yeah. It is frustrating having the title only thing and having to look up a lot of stuff. It's so are we at a place where we can entertain a motion here, changing the language, newly constructed units?
The record to show that there's nobody here to comment.
I'm sorry?
You want for the record to show.
Oh, for the record, we can open it up to the
You're
open auditorium here for the
Open
public.
and close the public hearing.
Okay, I'll open it up right now. And if anybody from staff wants to talk as a citizen, or if anybody's listening at home, they can rush down here as Tom did.
How do you want us to propose this? Just as an adoption, move to adopt ordinance number 773, adopting 2003 edition of the California Code of Regs, Title 24, and the 2012 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code?
And I'll close the public. Second. So we have a motion, Weinsoff, second, Bragman. And is this with the language changes that you were talking
I'm
about?
going on what our attorney has advised us, which is that we can carve out that exception with the amnesty ordinance for second units.
Just as clarification too, I think you would adopt it all this evening, but there is no rule when we go through the town code in the future that we can't revisit some of these things.
Will we?
When we go through the town code, there may be some things we may revisit, but actually your amnesty ordinance will be revisited.
I mean,
Some of
really,
the
that's kind of really my focus I mean, the whole sprinkler thing, there's obviously disagreements about it, so, I don't think now's the time or place to really resolve them, so.
That's true. So, okay, well, we have a motion, Weinsoff, second, Bragman. All those in favor of this?
Aye.
Aye, aye.
So that's unanimous. And then we have 19, which is the introduction, first reading by title only of ordinance number 774 to adopt the 2013 California Fire Code, portions of the 2012 International Fire Code, and Appendix A of the 2012 International Wildland Urban Interface Code. And Roger.
So I won't repeat everything that Mark said, but the same thing applies to the fire code that applied to the building code. Every 3 years, there's a new model code adopted by the state, and we have 180 days to make amendments or accept that code as was adopted. Just a note here that in Marin, the fire prevention officers get together and review the codes in great detail, review the amendments from the previous code adoption cycle, and come up with a recommended model amendments. There are variations, and some of the ones we've already talked about are those local variations from the model amendments that occur within the county. And that's one of the reasons why the amendments seem much larger in the fire code and the building code, is that it covers all the situations throughout the county. Some may or may not even apply here in Fairfax. The code before you has only some very minor changes from the previous amendments, and they're listed in the staff report. The first one is that to add a section for the placement of fire department connection in the proximity of a hydrant, or a hydrant in the proximity of a fire department connection. This is something that was in 2 code cycles ago when we had the uniform fire code. When it changed to the international code, it was pulled out. And what this does, and we provide an exception in here, but what it does is if you have a commercial sprinkler system that has a required fire department connection, that there's a fire hydrant in close proximity, which is, from an operational standpoint, a necessity. We don't want a fire hydrant 300 or 400 feet away because we're not able to properly supply that fire sprinkler system. It's required in the California code for standpipes, but it's not for fire sprinklers. I'm not sure why they chose one or the other. But there is an exception that the fire chief can make an exception if, to extend that distance. The other thing is an added exception under the current amendments. When you do a project, the closest fire hydrant needs to meet the standard, which is a single 2.5 and a single 4.5. If it doesn't, it's to be upgraded. There's one exception currently for that if it exceeds 2% of the cost of the project, then you don't have to do that. A project today based on a fire hydrant upgrade would have to be over $150,000. The exception we're adding is that if the house has fire sprinklers, you don't have to upgrade that fire hydrant either, regardless of the cost of the project. So it's providing an additional exception to that requirement for a fire hydrant upgrade. The only other thing that occurred in this document was the town attorney staff went through and clarified the penalties, made them consistent throughout the document, and also streamlined the enforcement provisions regarding administrative citations and then criminal citations, and just making it again more streamlined and more consistent with your other ordinances you have in town.
Sorry, using those provisions that are already in the code as opposed to putting them in twice. It's just a streamlining thing.
And the one thing I want to clarify so we understand on the building code, when we're talking about sprinklering a garage, it's not in these ordinances. It's in an ordinance that was adopted. So it's a different town ordinance. So if you wanted to change that, it's a different ordinance than this to change in it. This would not be the ordinance. We would make that change. It's not in this. That requirement is not in this ordinance. It's in the Wildland Urban Interface Ordinance.
So maybe just like we exempted second units that are outside the WUI, we could exempt garages that are outside the WUI?
Garages less than 1,000 square feet outside the WUI do not require fire sprinklers.
They don't?
They do not.
Okay.
Unless they're attached. For the very reason.
Asterisk, okay.
For the very reason they're attached to the residence.
Yeah, but the question came up for garages in the WUI out there, right?
And the other thing that's occurring with fire sprinklers are that improved technology with sprinklers, we're able to reduce the amount of water that's necessary, which reduces the size of the meter, which hopefully reduces the overall cost. To sprinkler a garage, if you don't upgrade the meter, is maybe $1,500, $2,000, not $10,000, $15,000, $20,000.
They do it pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question on the fire hydrant issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way I'm reading this, it looks like if somebody's doing a major remodel, potentially they might have to install a new fire hydrant if there wasn't one in that location, or pay for major upgrades to a fire hydrant if there was one. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are actually two separate issues. This one here has to do with upgrading the hydrant body itself, the fire hydrant itself. Mm-hmm. If it doesn't have, there's some hydrants out there with only a single outlet on it. Mm-hmm. So this applies to making the hydrant body, a new one that has a 4.5-inch connection, which allows us to get more water out of it. What we've added is the exception if your house has fire sprinklers, this section doesn't apply. As far as whether you have to upgrade a water main or put in a hydrant that isn't there, that's in the California Fire Code. It's not part of your local amendments. There's standards for.
And it's required that a resident who is doing an addition or modification would have to pay for a whole new fire hydrant. It wouldn't be a requirement on the town to do that.
What the requirement is in the code is that if you build a new building, that there is adequate fire flow to combat a fire in that building. How you get that adequate fire flow is up to the person building the building.
Okay.
So, yes.
It does, but it would benefit others in the area. So I mean,
Yes.
it's just sort of troubling to me that one person who stepped forward to make some modifications to their house could be responsible for something that benefits more than just them. And it seems like it's a little unfair, but again, it's after midnight.
Yeah, well, I've heard of people contemplating projects and then deciding
it.
not
Yeah.
to
But
do it because of that provision.
I think on the hydrant body issue, I think these two exceptions, address it pretty well. One is the has to be over $150,000 to begin with.
And I'm sorry, I didn't see that a project has to be over 150,000. Did I miss that? I see if the cost exceeds 2% of the cost of the project, but I didn't see anything about 150,000.
Well, based on the cost of the MMWD putting in a fire hydrant, and I don't know what the number is, but I know it's the threshold we use right now is $150,000. So I think it's in the $2,500 range to put in is that right? Something like that.
So somewhere else,
3,000. Yeah.
There's a dollar figure of 150,000, but it's not here.
It's 2%.
It's a percentage.
If the cost exceeds 2% of the project. So if it costs $3,000 to put in a fire hydrant,
Then that point is $150,000.
All
Thank
right.
you. I can't do the math, but we know if somebody comes in with a project that's $120,000, we're not going to apply this because we know what it costs to have a fire hydrant put in by the water district.
Okay.
Even though you might be able to do it cheaper, we use the water district rate.
Thank you.
All right. So are there further clarifications or questions? And if not, do I hear a motion?
I'll move ordinance number 774, an ordinance of the Town Council of Town Fairfax to adopt 2013 Fire Code, portions of the 2012 International Fire Code, and Appendix A of the 2012 International Wildland Urban Interface Code.
I'll second.
All right, so there's a motion, Weinsoff, second Goddard. All those in favor? Aye. That's unanimous, I believe. And, yeah, why, it's early. What do you do? So are we going to continue the other things?
Well,
I think that'd
I
be
guess,
wise.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Mayor,
I think stick a fork in it.
So I don't know if you want to continue 20 or really it's a front load compactor fee. It's for one in town.
Is there anything? It's for one.
It's one Good Earth
Let's
uses
just do it? Okay.
And if you said
It'll
we've
take
kind of
about a
continued.
minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
actually
All right,
almost doubled
adoption
the
of
staff
resolution
report.
13-58, approving new garbage and recycling service rate for front load compactor fees in the town of Fairfax.
So there's one business in town that has one, it's Good Earth. We don't have a set fee, so we need to set the fee. MSS used it using a current methodology. The fee is about $67 a cubic yard. Zero Waste Committees looked at it, found it reasonable. We had a third party, Tom Vents Consulting review it. He thought it was reasonable. It's really the second lowest rate in the county for that type. So for 3 cubic yards, 3 times that's $200 a week, about $877 a month. We find it very reasonable. But in order to set the rate, we have to do it by resolution, have open and close the public hearing. There's nobody here from the public, and we just like to get it done. We've continued this for like the last few months.
Well, nevertheless, I'd like to open the public hearing. And hearing none, I'll close the public hearing unless you'd like to chime in.
I would like to move to adopt the resolution 13-58, approving a new garbage and recycling service rate for front-load compactors in the town of Fairfax.
Okay, so we have a motion, Goddard, second, Bragman. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. That's unanimous. And check.
And then item 27 and 28 are second readings. I don't know if you'd just like to adopt the second reading of 27, which is a noise ordinance, and then after that it's 28, which is the commercial recycling ordinance. These items both have had substantial public comment in the past and council discussion. I think if you would like to adopt the second readings now, that would just get it off the agenda also for the future.
Right. I mean, if we're going to do the rooster change, does that go in the noise ordinance? Anyway, so, I mean, we can...
I guess
we can roll it together with that. Is that what you're saying?
It's...
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not too sure. I think if you do this, it'd be okay. We could change
No,
it.
I hear you. We've gone through this at length.
We have.
So this would be moving adoption of, waiving second reading, and then moving adoption. for each. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Do we have to
listed.
do two motions?
Yeah.
Votes, okay.
It's quick.
So,
Can I just ask a quick question? Do people attain this in any way except coming into town hall and taking it off the rack? This little brochure about the leaf blowers?
That's where we have it now. We could also put it on the website.
So we should have it somewhere, I think, that
Okay.
people can see it, because
Sure.
it doesn't.
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll do
thanks.
that. And we're gonna,
you're
okay.
leaving. Okay. All right, so you have a motion waiving second reading, or no? Further reading?
I would move to waive the second reading of ordinance 770, which is an ordinance of the town council of the town of Fairfax, amending the town code of the town of Fairfax relating to the control of noise and noise-generating equipment.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And I would move adoption of ordinance 770, which is an ordinance of the town council of the town of Fairfax amending sections 8.20.060 C1 and 2 and 8.20.070D and 8.20.120A2 and B of the town code of the town of Fairfax relating to the control of noise and noise-generating equipment.
All right, motion Bragman, second Weinsoff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that is unanimous.
She said aye.
And number 28 is second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance number 772, amending the municipal code by adding sections 8.08.130, which is establishing a mandatory commercial recycling within the town of Fairfax.
So I would waive the second reading of ordinance 772.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 And I would move adoption of ordinance 772, amending the municipal code by adding section 8.08.130, establishing mandatory commercial recycling.
Aye.
Okay, and just in case there's anybody listening at home, we're asking for public input and not receiving it, so I'll close public hearing. And asking for a vote on that adoption of ordinance number 772. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous also. So we've done it. We're continuing numbers 5.
That's right, I forgot about this.
Yeah,
So-
is that number 5?
So right, number 5 is the approval of the
agreement with Marin County for proceeds for Marin Parks open space.
So
And
what we can do is we could approve, authorize the town manager to execute the agreement, and then in December, we could talk more about the composition and discussion related to the work plan.
Because Garrett, if I understand correctly, we're not in jeopardy. We're not going to lose this money. I mean, it's an ongoing fund, and it's.
yeah, it takes you 30 days after you apply for it.
It would just delay when you receive the funds, but I think you need to agree on what you want to spend the funds on.
Right, I was going to say, is there something pressing that we need that immediately?
The work,
Is
I think
something
the
going to
agreement-
expire in 30 days from
No.
now?
No, the
Okay.
agreement would be good
That's-
to get to the county, but the work plan, you could take your time with that. It just means you'll get your money a little later.
So we're just splitting the two.
Just splitting the two
Yeah.
recommendations.
I would move approval of that proposal.
Okay, so we have a motion, Bragman, second Weinsoff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That is also unanimous.
So if we're going to move adjournment, I want to move adjournment in honor of Barbara George, who was a Fairfax resident for many years and was really instrumental in founding Marin Energy Authority. She's quite ill.
Quite ill. That's most unfortunate.
So
Well-
anyway, that's I move adjournment in her honor.
Second? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Bragman, second, Coyle. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.